Good morning. Today is 30th of May 2025 and we're going to be racing today. Today we've got Goulburn. This is in New South Wales and this ground reading today is soft here. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 400 meters. We've got about 8 races. The shape of the track is one of the most popular shapes around the world for horse racing tracks. It's not one of the best, it is not one of the worst, but this is what we have to deal with today. We've raced here a few times, and I have a mixed feeling about this track. We'll see how it works today. And that's all that we have about the track. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week. And we do that. I mean, we try to do 5 days a week, but at times we don't have suitable tracks. That's when we try to skip, but we try to do 5 days a week at least. And we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock or there are circumstantial changes, we do at times step out of the races or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. So that's exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the scratchings and refer to the odds. And the third one is PalmerBet, where we take a look at the official winning numbers. This is where we refer to. So that's all that we have. We'll see if we got the feed. Not yet. We'll wait for the feed to come in, and that's all that we have at this point of time. Take a look at the odds for the first one. Let's see what's going on with the odds. Five, 4, 3, 2. Seven has been scratched. Why we don't have a New South Wales feed? The feed is going to be here in some time, probably. All right, we'll talk about the first one. So here is what's going on. If we look through what the odds are, it's 5432. That 5 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, we do get a linear, which is a 377 from gate number 1. Now, that's the highest pressure. Definitely, it's a 377, so the pressure is adequate on that horse. But it's a maiden race, and this one has just one race on which it's a 53% on that horse. The problem is the jockey. The jockey and the pressure is, this jockey is not meant for that pressure. This jockey is on a higher side here, and with that pressure, that's probably one of the disasters that can happen. We've seen that happening multiple times. This jockey with that pressure doesn't go. This jockey with that kind of an outer pressure is okay, but not a linear pressure on this. So that's more or less about the 3. The 3 is a good horse if it's well within the rails. If the jockey pulls it out, then it's a credit to the jockey, and I don't see a reason for this horse not to win, because it's a linear at the end of the day. The cons are it has only one race on which they have put in 53%, and to handle that, the jockey doesn't have the fuel to carry this. About five there are 3 horses that are well within the rails. So this one, 3, 6 and 5. 3, 6 and 5. 3, 6 and 5, all within the rails, out of which 5 is a colt, which is the favorite, which is an EW. It has no races, but it's the favorite, and I understand it's a pedigree thing, and that's the reason of this horse to be there. But when we look at how the expectations out of these horses, that number 5. It's been given advantage, but so with very good hands. The best jockey is on 2, but it is out of the rails. It's there. The 2 of the largest drifts are here, which is 9 and 4. But it's a mixed sex at the end of the day. There are colts and fillies and geldings and all that is there. So we'll see how it works. The first one, the 5 is the favorite, which is an EW in any ways. It should get, but this is not the reason why it has become the favorite. The reason why it has become the favorite is because of its pedigree. But at the same time, if we look at the expectation of these 2 horses, they kind of not satisfying. This one is probably the worst. The 3, there's a lot of expectation from this horse, but the jockey is a little disastrous with that pressure, so that is difficult to work with. I think what generally happens is we get this physics works. The physics definitely works. So there's a physics on both of these 2 horses. 5 is the favorite. Probably 5 will get in, but I am not going to get into this because first it's a first race. We'll see how it works, though there is no point looking at the result of this particular one, because there are horses without any races, and whatever the pressure will work, but we cannot compare this with the second one. So we'll just watch this one. I'm going to just take a look at what the result is. I think 5 is favorite because of the pedigree, but there are horses which has more advantage for this one is a 17/24, which is also an EW within the rails. So the problem is here. This one I understand why it has not gone there, because of the jockey. This jockey delivering that pressure is difficult, but here it is not that. The 4, it is a colt. It's gone down drastically. Some reason, some stuff that has happened here. So that's more or less what's going on. We'll see how it works, the first one, and try to get a feel of the track.
Yeah, look, she trialled up really well here at Rockhampton recently on the 14th of May. She won a trial by 3 3/4 lengths, ran home 33.72. She's won on a soft track, but only won the one from 10. So a tough run first up could be a little query with her. That's a look at them from the mounting yard. Race 4 at Rockhampton. Good little race coming up here for race 4 at Rockhampton. Devil is your favourite, the 3, 210. Into 195, may just wind out a touch here at $2. The 7 coming spinner's been well supported, 650 into 350. The 6 answering has been $3 to 440, and the 4 last ditch effort, 460 got out to 7, back into $6. So even money about the 3 Devil. This is race 4 at Rockhampton, a class 3 handicap over 1,050 metres. I'm 3, 7, 4 and 6. Keen, the 3 Devil has the benefit of a couple of runs back from a break. Very good win first up. Just did a little bit wrong at Mackay last up, second up. So I think better for the experience. Soft track form is brilliant. 3 from 3, a winner. Rolls up on speed. I just think needs to step away though. Devil. That's the key today. If he does, it should be very, very hard to beat. The 7 coming spinner. Handy enough mare for sure. She's won 2 from 17. She's never won here at Rock. She's had 8 starts for 5 minor placings, but a trial recently was very good. So maybe she's finishing into a nice horse now. She's never been on a heavy. She's won on a soft, as I said, just the one from 10. So she just needs to be fit enough to run out a strong wet track first up run here, but definitely in the mix. For last ditch effort, I just don't know what to make of him. He was placed behind Just Super 5 back here on a soft 5, but that was about as good as I've seen for a while from him. So I don't know. I'm still jury out with him, and the 6 answering rolls on speed, has won a couple on soft in the mix for sure. 3, 7, 4, and 6 are my numbers. Gee, they're tempting a little bit with Devil here, out to 220. It's going to be odds on for sure. 7 coming spinner is the one they're really narrowing into here. 650. We'll wind into 330 here in a minute. So there you go. 330 has been well back. 6 answering is $3 out to 480 for last ditch effort. So I got out to around the $7 mark from 460 back down to 5. So they give four a good hope here, particularly the 7 coming spinner who has met really good support. A little easy, you'd probably say, answering, but they're backing the others. The favourite just starting to wind out a little bit with the weight of support for coming spinner, but nice early start at Rockhampton today. Of course, matinee racing as we dovetail into the Sunshine Coast this afternoon, but the last race will be seen at 2:12 p.m. So an early one. The first was taken out by Tinkerbella for Glenn and Hannah Richardson. A bit of an upset result, so KL just didn't seem to get through the ground. The short price favourite. Race 2, Prophet's Prayer, Justin Stanley and Clinton Taylor combined a good win. And race 3, He's Popular for Ryan Wiggins and Jordan Lee. Very good win, came with a well-timed run, handled conditions well. And here we are at race 4, almost halfway on this early program under the very overcast conditions. We're a heavy 9 today. They had 29 mils of rainfall overnight. It's just been threatening all morning. Nothing really has happened though. So at this stage, we're looking about 99% sure getting through them. We just don't want a heavy downpour during the afternoon. But that's the clouds at the moment on Mount Archer, which is at the back of the track there. So they're low. They're a lot lower than they were earlier this morning. So I'd say it's building up. There was forecast for 40 to 50 mils of rainfall today after last night's drenching. So plenty of rain around. But at the moment, it's holding away, which is good. Early finish may also help us. But Devils now at 240 from got into $2. 7 coming spinner has been the big move. 650 now into 310. For last ditch effort, 460 got out towards $7, just back in now to $5, and then we go to the 6 answering $3 to $5. So that's Devil, not overly keen about going. He's been a bit awkward away last couple of months. He won't want to do that today, but they should load up pretty quick here. Here's Russell Leonard for the 4th at Rockhampton.
Way and coming spinner about to take a third position and last ditch effort will be the last to load. 3 Devil, 225 the favourite out of the 7 coming spinner 320. The 6 answering 460, the 4 last ditch effort 550. Last ditch effort to move up. Race 4 this morning, it made a big card. Last ditch effort goes up. Red light blinking away on top of the barrier stools. Sam. The other 4 stand up well and they're off. Devil, come away with it, but drop back shortly after the start. Coming spinner going to the front over, answering last ditch effort. Devil allowed to find his feet going back to the end. Head in direction of the 800 metre mark, and coming spinner takes it up. She shows the way by a length and a tail. Answering tracks speed in 2nd spot, 3/4 of a length away last ditch effort. Devil is last, but only 3 lengths from the leader. Coming spinner as they head up for home. 600 to go, coming spinner. Oh, she's had a pretty easy go out in front. She's 3/4 of a length clearer, answering last ditch effort, getting right to the outside. And Devil has run up behind coming spinner. They're down past the 375, coming spinner the leader. Swinging back to the inside is Devil. Last ditch effort out wide, answering. Devil coming out after coming spinner. Devil the inside, coming spinner the outside. Devil hit the front, pulls away from coming spinner, answering last ditch effort for the favourites home. Devil won by a length and a half. Second over the line, Coming Spinner, answering third and fourth. The last one, well, here, last jet.
Well, the drifting favourite, Devil, nothing wrong with the fence. JP Stanley, straight up on the paint, gets the job done. 3 Devil, beats the 7 Coming Spinner. Good run, tried hard, just got a little empty on late. The 6 Answering has run third, last ditch effort. Looked to run into the race, has run fourth, not too far away. 3, 7, 6, 4, race 4 at Rockhampton. Let's head straight to Graham White and Kayla Nisbet for race 1 at Goulburn.
We have a 2-year-old to start proceedings here at Goulburn. It's over 1,000 metres. Interesting race too. We've got a couple on debut. Waterhouse Bottom have 2 runners. They've got the favourite, Mind Over Matter, at 320, out from 250. They've also got Fast Set, who's 370 to 440. Start the parade. Number 1 here, excuse me, Andy's Brave for Matthew Smith and Keegan Latham, a $9 hope.
Well, on debut, I tell you what, he looks a pretty casual colt, and that's certainly the way he's been trialling. He looks pretty disinterested prior to his most recent one, where he was revved right up out of the barriers to hold the lead and ridden out late and won by 4. So running quick time. So clearly he's a colt that's got a bit of ability. It looks like he just needs to put his mind on the job.
He's a flashy type for sure. The 2 Demigod was favourite on debut in that big scone race. We've had a bit of form come out of that since Kayla, the second horse, won in Sydney the other day. It's out to $5 now, so how times change very quickly in a matter of weeks. Favoured in a, what, $100,000 or $200,000 race. Here it is going around here at Goulburn, and they don't want it, $5, but it gets Blinker's first time. I'm going to give it another chance.
Yeah, well, that's right. Blinkers could certainly sharpen him up, but he does need to. Look, I thought he had every chance in that race on that soft 7 track, so same surface today, and he just didn't find a lot beaten 3.5 lengths. But as you said, there's been a bit of form out of it, and if the Blinkers have sharpened him up, certainly wouldn't be dismissing it.
3 is Dubbo Boy for the local trainer Danny Williams. Nick Hayward rides inside draw. I've liked his trials. His latest effort was pretty good. I'll give him a hope.
Yeah, definitely. As you said, he was trialling well prior to that debut just last week, where he led and stuck on really well on the heavy track to run third there. That was behind Octa Delago and Signor Tortoni, older horses, so I think will go on to win their fair share of races. He looks like he knows exactly why he's here now. He's walking around with a bit of purpose, and he's got to be a good hope.
Number 4 is Fast Set, the first of the Waterhouse bot runners with Louis Brazilian to ride. This horse has had a trial since its debut effort. Led in the trial, ran third behind Gallo Nero. Now he come out and ran second in a Group 2 at Doomben in this next start. I've got this horse on top, but I know you like the stable, mate.
Yeah, I do. Look, his debut effort was in the English nursery, where he showed good speed to get outside the leader and dropped out. But as you said, spelled and he's had a couple of trials this time around. He's very quick. I'd say he's certainly fine the front here. I just thought he's been a little bit weak late, but as you said, I might be being a little bit harsh because there have been in strong trials.
Now, Mind Over Matter is the stablemate. Now, these horses were both in at Kembla Grange tomorrow, but they've elected to come here. So just keep that in mind. His first started by written by, and his trials have been good. John Van Overmeer rides.
Well, I just think he looks pretty straightforward. He's been getting up on the speed and asked for an effort in all 3 trials, and I think he's responding well. As I said, Joy's a bit sticky here, but the way this track can be, it might be the place to be.
The 6 is Nothing But Net, prepared by Blake Ryan here. A J4 to ride. It's a $26 chance. I just thought off its trial it might need this run. It's a first starter by King's Legacy.
His trials haven't been too bad. He's been behind the leaders and holding his ground well. It looks to me from the style horse he is that he'll be at his best once he starts getting out over 1400 or so. So I was happy to wait and see what he does today.
The 8 is Travel on Dory, a well-named horse, one of 2 fillies in the race for Neil Osmond, raced by the Baileys, first started by Super One, very well named out of a mare called Dolphin Wash, and Winona Costa rides from a good draw.
Yeah, well, that's a positive. So, look, she had the trial at Canberra where she was midfield and wide and she chased most of the way and then tired, beaten 14 lengths to Excessive Force, who's a handy galloper, but I'd say she'll find these off the sharp.
Now, big move here, punters, for horse number 9, Fire Pop. It opened at $23. Today it was $23, then it's gone bang into $5.50, then $6, $6.50. So they like this horse. Second start in, Zach Waddick Ryans for Ryan and Alexio.
Yeah, well, I couldn't find a spot for her, but you certainly have to respect that. You know that 2-year-old horses can improve significantly from start to start. She very well may have done that. Her debut was at Kembla of the 1,000, where she was able to hold the lead from barrier 1. I thought just battled away okay, beat 5 lengths to Pure Light. There has been a bit of form come out of that race, though. And as I said, if she's come on any, she certainly could be very competitive here.
Very interesting lineup of 2-year-olds for our opener here at Goulburn. Mind Over Matter has it at $3.20. Ahead of the stablemate there at $4.20, which is far set. But the money horse here is 9 Fire Pop, 23s in the 7s. Resting race is our first. We've got a couple on debut. We've got Demigod, who was favoured on debut, Blinker's first time. We've got Fire Pop, who's been heavily back 23s in the weight. We've got another debutant up the top here in Andy's Brave for Keegan Latham and Matthew Smith.
Well, I was just commenting on what a casual colt he looks like, but you just informed me he's actually being gelded.
Yeah, used to be too, so yeah.
Well, talk about his attitude. He looked very relaxed in there, and I was saying that's kind of how he's trialled.
Yeah. It's nice to see him walk around the yard. He's a nice, big, strong horse. Obviously, he trialled up well last time. The 1,000's too short for him, we'll find out. But the way he trialled the other day, he's a nice horse, and be interesting to see how he actually performs today, yeah.
It looked like he needed a good rev up there. Has he come on from that trial?
Yeah, well, I mean, you could if in the other trials and that again, if he jumps out, he can sort of just drop the bit. You sort of got to give him a bit of a dig and get him up and travelling and get his mind on the job, get him focused. So hopefully, he does that today.
Quickly touching your other runners for the day. Race 3, you've got Here Comes Hogan, the last start winner.
Yeah, and he won quite well the other day. Probably thought the favourite that day was probably smarter. He's always had ability, but his mind and focus has probably got him beaten a couple of races, but it was good to see him switch on the other day and do the job like we've sort of known that he could do.
In race 4, you've got The Way Ahead. She looks like a filly that's still working out what she's doing.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, she's sort of slow learner type. She's a nice filly, got a bit of ability, but her race brains and maturity in that she'll definitely be a better horse next prep, but she's getting there. She's starting to learn, so she'll just be where she's comfortable today. That seems to be the best thing without revving her up, and gets in the comfort zone, and hopefully she's learned a lot more too today.
Last one, just quickly, in race 5, Fairhead, who I thought was good enough first up for this sort of race.
Yeah, it was a good run first up. Heavy was quite happy with it the other day. She got through the going good. She worked through the line good, so you think second up she'd be improved even more.
Right, good luck, Paul.
No worries, thanks.
Very, very interesting race out first. We've had a little bit of support as well for Dubbo Boy, who's 550 into 480. Andy's Brave has been 10s into 850. Demigod is out to 750, and this horse was favoured on debut at Scone. It's unbelievable. Gets the blinkers on. Fast set. So Waterhouse spot with the 2 runners here. It's 370 to 440. First up from the spell. And Mind Over Matter, $253, $260. So it's the more fancied of the two. Nothing but net on debut. 14's out to 13's Jade Ford. So Jay's travelling up to Brisbane tomorrow to ride Flying Bandit, the Wagga Cup winner, of course. So follow it up there tomorrow. Travelling Dory, who's on debut, not wanted, triple figures, $101. Neil Osborne's runner. He's got a few starters today. And Fire Pop was 23's, 9's, 950, 10's, but good support for it early. Zach Waddick, Ryan and Alexio prepared this galloper. He's having its second start. So there's a fair bit to weigh up here. Anthony Manton's our race caller today. We're on that soft surface right on start time. I've made it 4-2-9 and 3. And the favourite is the 5. The 5 remains our favourite. Mind Over Matter, $250 and steady at that price. It's been the only one that's been consistent throughout the
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're hard to line up, these 2-year-old races, especially with a lot of debutantes. Plus, you also just don't know what they're going to do come race day, do you? But I found it hard to look around the favourite. I like the way he's been trialling and responding. From the one end, he's brave. I liked his most recent trial. In quick time, if he can produce that here, he's got to be a good hope at $9 there. Fast set, so I like the leader, will give great sight here. I wouldn't surprise to see it win, and in for fourth, I put the 3 Double Boy. The horse brings a bit of race experience, and it was great there in what was a triple made it.
Yeah, he's trialled up really well before his first start, and he's trained here, and that's a big advantage. But expect the Waterhouse.
Wow, Chris, welcome back.
It draws inside Mind Over Matter, who jumps from the outside barrier. Fire Pop, the horse that is well supported, jumps from the wide gate. Dubbo Boy, trained here locally, draws the inside for Nick Haywood. So our favourite in the Jockey Challenge today is Brody Loy, ahead of Keegan Latham, who rides And He's Brave. and Mind Over Matter, our favourite. Draws out wide for John Bear and Overbear. That's the horse you're about to see on screen very, very shortly. So we're past the advertised starting time. These 2-year-olds will be locked away for our opening.
Jerry, yeah, I kind of figured out.
The rail out 8 metres.
Yes.
So the horses to sort of drift off a little bit in the straight.
Beautiful.
Still mingle around for our opening race.
Beautiful.
So they're just starting to move forward. We've got a lot of racing over the next week or so.
I'm going to come and follow you. Though the slots here are in India is very rare.
Big couple of meetings.
Only few places where you get the slots, but
That Water Cup form so far. That Water Cup
yeah, we keep visiting those places, but
make sure you have an interest tomorrow. Have something on the flying band, something tomorrow. Every year it just stacks up so impressively in the Water Cup. So these horses are nearly all locked away for our first debate here at Goulburn. Here's Anthony.
Demigod comes forward. And there's about 4 to load. Okay, Dave. Yeah, I like this too. I thought it trialled well, made it one of the better bets of the day when I recorded my whip around piece. I wasn't sure what price they'd go up the market.
Jerry.
A bit later these days. It went up a respectable price.
Yeah, there are casinos, but in very, very selected places. It's not widely available. We've got some in Goa.
Mind Over Matter. Nice couple to come forward here. Fire Props loaded. Mind Over Matter. Be the last one drawn out a bit today. He rails out 8 metres. So, favourite Mind Over Matter about to complete the line for the Goulburn Australia 2-year-old maiden. First of 8 beautiful conditions for this time of year at Goulburn. Soft 7, rail out 8 metres. Set to go. First favourite of the Yulong green and white cap. Mind Over Matter. And they're off.
Lee, 3-win place. The problem is the jockey with the 3.
He's showing some speed as well, and Fire Pops just off those. And his Brave sliding through along the rails to improve its position.
The problem with the 3 is
Followed then by Demigod,
the
who's got back
jock.
Dubbo Boy, and
That's
Mind Over
all.
The favourite was snagged back to last after beginning well past the 600. And he's Brave closest to us on the inside, and Far Set in the red jacket. Then Nothing But Net in third, Ramelon Door in fourth. Dubbo Boyd's about to cut the corner from Fire Pop, Demigod, and Mind Over Matter, the favourite, is last and spots them 7 lengths. Far Set hit the front, 350 to go. From Endy's Brave, Dubbo Boyd coming up the inside. Then Nothing But Net. It's Far Set, Endy's Brave from Dubbo Boy. Endy's Brave doing exactly that, being brave from Far Set, and Nothing But Net. Nothing But Net. It's a
6.
on the move to beat Far Set.
I had a very strong feeling on that horse. I had a very, very strong feeling on that horse. Man, I should have played this.
Came second last. Ramelon Door
6.
Nothing But Net. Number 6.
No. I'll show you, Chris. I'll show you.
By
Jerry, I'll show you.
For Blake Ryan and Jay Ford, 2
6.
trials. Comes out and wins on debut.
6-4-1.
22-60.
Oh,
Far
six.
Set was gallant. He's going to improve off the back of that. He tried really, really hard.
I'll
to
show
stay
you.
away.
I stayed away for a reason.
Mind Over Matter.
I mean, I generally don't put money on the first one, but I'll show you what happened.
For the minor money as well. So 6, 4, 3, and 1. Our winner pays $22.
6,
Lucky if you've had something
4,
on it. Well done to the owners.
3,
Far Set at
and
$1.50. Dubbo
1.
at $1.60. It'll win shortly. And Andy's Brave is
Okay, so what happened is that 5 was the favorite. Okay, that 5 was the favorite, but when we look through the rails, we get 3 horses that are within the rails. First one was the 3, which was the linear. Then we had 6, and then we had 5. 5 was a stretched one. So 5 had a lot of arrangement today. That's there. It's one of the best hands. They kind of been there, but there are two things about this horse. First, it's a colt, uh, which doesn't have a friendly jockey. This jockey hasn't run on this horse. And secondly, it is the first time it is racing. And if that is what it has to be, I mean, first let's take a look at the 3. The 3 is the linear, all right? Any day that linear is prepared to win, that's one of the best horses. The problem is the jockey. That jockey, that pressure doesn't work. Generally, it doesn't work. So the question, the one was also there. I think we got the 1/4. One was here, all right, but it lacked this side of the rail, so it had physics partially. Here in these two, they both had the physics. Okay, they both had the physics of this race. The only difference was that this was a gilding, and it was a little better than this one with one of the highest advantage. So this thing is something that I think we spoke before the races, that the race is here. The question is whether the 5 is going to win, because it is the expectation is not much from these two horses. The expectation was not much out of these two horses, and 4 was the largest drift. It wasn't one of the best, but it did have a pressure tactics on that 4. So, and it's supposed to get in second. So 6, 4, 3, and 1. So that is the second horse pool any day. Unless things go absolutely wild. So that's what happened. The 6 and 5 both had the physics. 5 was a better hand, but this is bad for a favorite. If we had to look for the physics, this was a better physics. 3 definitely had the physics, but the jock is the problem. So that jock was not in a position to deliver this. 5 was based on pedigree. It had the physics, but there were cons as well. The only one that I could see in this was the 6, which I thought that maybe let's go with it. But this was the first one, and I kind of stayed away from the first one. We had to take a look at, because you never know. These tracks, they're not the top-notch tracks. They kind of are the rural tracks. All of a sudden, they put a pressure of 53% on a horse. That's something that I wanted to watch, whether you have that or not. We still don't know whether they have it or not, because here the handicapping was the jockey, and that thing was not in a position to deliver. It cannot win with that jock. It had to be this jock here with that pressure. The jock on the 2, but it was the other side. I would probably pick the 6 only because of the first time runner. Most of them were first time runners. 1, 6, 5, 8, all of them. But so, this is something that I have, the reason why we've got this is, I'm going to share this. So you see this particular section is FR. Now, FR is basically a regression model. This is basically a regression model. It depends on the state, like New South Wales or Victoria or wherever we are racing, and then they all have the same weight, right? They all have the same weight. But when they all have the same weight, then how the numbers differ? So we've got something that is EBW in place, which is the estimated body weight. We do not know the exact body weight of the horses. But what we do is certain things we fall back on the handicapping. So the moment we see a force which is here, we know that there is an expectation out of that horse. These are the spell horses. All right, they have done some stuff in the spell, whether it is a trial run or it is actual racing. They've done something on those. So depending on that, there builds an expectation, and then the weights are being distributed. So if the weight is the same, I mean, out of this, this was a filly, so that's a different weight altogether. The fillies have a different weight. But then how do they differ is what the it's like food. In some, you go to a restaurant, you look at the menu. There's a lot of food listed in the menu. You pick up 3 of them. One has one is the top selling, the one that they're selling top. They're always going to be very very good about it. They're going to garnish it nicely. They will prepare it nicely because that's the top selling. And then they will start upselling. So these are upsells. So there's definitely one which is they are habituate. They think that it is going to deliver, but what they do is this basically is a trainer decision. I think the jockey. So the jockey did not match. So they did mention it is a local trainer. So this guy still needs to be aware of how things work. And then we had these horses, and then we do the physics on this side to see where it is hitting the line, depending on the last mile and the circumference of the track. So the physics has to work. We'll have to have them within the box. 90% of the time, this is where it works. There are situations when it doesn't work, and it happens. So it's horse racing. But here we have the physics on both these horses. This was one of the upsales. This was not. This, even the handicapper was had questions whether this is going to be able to deliver or not. So they get preference to this and this. The one also had the same thing, but it lacked this side of the rails. It did not have the physics. It comes from gate number 2. And if you look at what it is a colt without a friendly jockey. That's something that doesn't work. Here, this is where the game was. If you've started late, I think I mentioned this. This is where the game is. I wanted to go with the 6, but maybe next one we'll see. Two. 13 has been scratched. There's no 13. 8, 12, 1 and 11. 8, 12, 1, 11.
showing a great deal of pace, drop back to the tail of the field, and Pride of Glasgow not showing a great deal of dash onto the course proper. When Lucky Nico led from Homeland, Rock the Machine, Oh Go wide on the outside of She's Mysterious. Lady Alabama's on the rail, and led to Castle of Cards on the outside of Pride of Glasgow. 2 lengths for Moana Koala, Strong Latte second last. Causeways whipped them in when they reached the back bend. Lucky Nico on the inside of Rock the Machine, short of a half mile left to run. Lady Alabama third, Homeland fourth, 1 deep. She's Mysterious travelling wider. Pride of Glasgow going up behind that group. Then Castle of Cards, Oh Go, followed by Moana Koala, Strong Latte, and still Causeways is at the back. Rock the Machine and Lucky Nico, they're coming down onto the bend. Homeland is third, She's Mysterious fourth, then Lady Alabama, Pride of Glasgow getting away from the inside. They're well on the straight. Lucky Nico closest to the rail. Rock the Machine, Homeland a deeper out. Then Lady Alabama, She's Mysterious, Strong Latte coming right down the outside. Lucky Nico led 150 metres out from Rock the Machine. Pride of Glasgow's clear now. It's too late. Lucky Nico's in front, and Lucky Nico beat Rock the Machine. Pride of Glasgow, Lady Alabama, Strong Latte, Causeway to the back. Homeland, She's Mysterious, Castle of Cards, Moana Koala, and Oh Go came in last.
5, 11, 3 and 2, so beautiful gate, nice little ride in front, and just rolled, just kept going. Second order.
Right, this is the second one. This is also a maiden. The first one was 1,000 meter. This is a 1,200 meter. If we look through the odds, it's 8, 12, 1 and 11. 8 is the favorite. 8 is here. If we look through the rails, then we get these 3 horses within the rails. Okay, now that brings in 2. So 2 is a thing that we need to take a look at. Now 8 is the favorite, 12 is like that. Now this is a 1,200 meter with a 400 meter straight. Both of them are coming from very wide gates. They have the physics, but in practicality, they're coming from very, very wide gates. That's there. 2 is from gate number 1, which has the physics. If we look through the spell, it is one of the highest. It is not the highest, but it is one of the highest with 0 pressure. This one doesn't have pressure. This one also doesn't have pressure. This one is a good hand. This is also a good hand. Now, if we look at the jockey, so Mr. 2 has the best jockey. I mean, this thing has got nothing to do with the jockey performance. Whether his average is good or bad or ugly, that is not the point. The point is this is the handicapping of the jockey. And if you look at the jockey pressure, then we get this guy on the 3rd. All right, 12 comes in first, but 12 is a jockey who I don't know whether he'll be able to handle that. You know, this is my first choice. Linear is my first choice whenever it is racing, but here again the problem is the jockey. That's way too much pressure. That is way too much pressure. Now 8 definitely has a good jockey, and that's exactly how it looks like, but the jockey handicapping is here and the pressure is here. 8 definitely has better pressure. This one is not too far, so that's there. The 2 is a check. It has all the requirements that is possibly there, that needs to be there to win. Now if that's from gate number 1, then we need to look for a support. Where's the gate number 2 is here, which is an EW. which is okay. It had to be either one of the drifts or the EWs. So this is one of the EWs. But the largest is here, 11, which is right. That's an EW as well, but it has got 5 races. It did not do anything in last 5. So there's no point talking about it. What it'll do in this race is weird. The second largest is this one, which is from gate number 2. So we are kind of okay with that. Talking about these, they can definitely get in. They can definitely get in. There's no problem with the 12, apart from the fact the jockey mismatch. The 8 comes from gate number 11. 8 will get into a position that is definitely, because it is touching the roof, that'll be there. But will it win is a questionable thing from that gate, that pressure, because here is the other one from gate number 1. If that's a drift, this is a drift, this is a bigger drift. And that's more or less what we have. The gate number 2, this is something that we need to take a look at, and the paddock will listen to what they have to say about 2. And if it is all clean, I might just go with 11, 10. See, that is one of the worst horse. There's no support on this. There's no support on this. 13 is the last gate. 13 is the last gate. With that jockey from that gate, with that pressure, is a bad idea. I don't know if that'll work. Honestly, these are blurry situations. These are blurry situations. This is an EW. This is also an EW. It has 5 races, did nothing. This one has 0 races with one of the highest advantage. We've seen the advantage working on the 6, which had 0 races. So this is something that I like. I also like the 2, but we'll see what they have to speak about 2 and 9. If they are positive about 2, I might get into this with 2. But if it gets tailed or something else, then we'll have to ignore this 2. Lee 8-shot win. It's a lot of hard work from that position, that's for sure. There is the 2.
Race 2 here at Goulburn, it's the Brisbane Meadows Start Maiden over the 1200 metres. Due to go at 12.25, all Flores having its first start for Matthew Dale. Horse number 8 is our favourite and well supported, $2.50 into $1.90. We'll take a look at these runners. Conjoin is the top one, Brody Loy, our favourite at the Jockey Challenge, not out of it at $6.50.
Yeah, look, he's at start 13 today, and I think he's more than capable of knocking this field off if he tries. I'm just not quite sure how determined his mind is, to be honest. Every time he seems to hit the front, his ears prick and seems to throw it away.
Number 2 here is Hamaguchi, draws the inside, Joe Cleary, much improved run last start.
Yeah, it was certainly a PB, wasn't it? That was 5 weeks ago. He got back and I thought it was a good ride. He circled the field trying to make his run before the turn, and he loomed and then was just beaten the last 50 metres to sensational wind. So if he can repeat that effort, which might be a bit tricky from Barry 1, he certainly isn't out of it.
Here's the 3, the horse you named last time, Kaylee. You said, have a look at this horse's legs. And its name is Louis Longlegs.
And his long legs got ran off.
He is a colour.
They were just too sharp for him there, and under pressure he didn't find anything beating 15 lengths over 1,000 metres, 1,200 could have.
I've got the 4 Rockets Grandas in my numbers. Karai Keating riding well. Second up from a spell, $19.
And his first up run was good at Sapphire Coast. I thought he was good through the line, beat 5 lengths to Geyser. I just think he's a bit rocks or diamonds. You're not quite sure what you're going to get.
5 is true. A $16 chance in from 23s for Michelle Teal.
He did a bit of work last start over the mile at Wagga. That was 6 days ago on a heavy track, beating 11 lengths. So he certainly is very fit coming back here to the 1,200, but he just hasn't shown a lot.
6 is Westbrook for John Rolfe. He's first up from a spell.
Yeah, he's placed 1 from 6 attempts, first up in the past. He's likely to get back over the 1,200. He just struggles to pick up.
Big odds about the 7 here, Zelenel for Michael Sparrow and Sinead Peebles.
Yeah, this one sparks my interest slightly though. It's had an 8-week letter. Look, all of his first preparation in the 4 runs, he always found the line really well. It looked like he'd return in the race quite quickly to his next prep, but he just struggled in all 3 runs last time around. I do think he's better than that, so I'm intrigued to see what he can do today.
The money continues to come for our favourite, number 8, Al Flores. It was $2.50, $1.90. We spoke a couple of minutes ago. It's now into $1.65.
Yeah, she's alongside the pony here, nice and relaxed. Obviously, family with Ronnie Quinton, very well bred out of Dixie Blossoms. He's a good galloper. Look, she has had a few chances now. She's at start 10, but all of her runs have been in much harder races at provincial and metro grade. She doesn't seem to have a lot of early speed, but she seems genuine finding the line well. So I expect to be back in the second half, but she certainly looks capable of getting over the top of it.
9 is Corio Willow. It's on debut, this galloper, a 5-year-old mare, so a late bloomer by Toronado for Richard Bensley and also Touch Merlin.
Yeah, nice and relaxed here too on her debut at her home track. She was out the back in her Golden Trial and beaten 6 lengths. Wasn't asked to do a whole lot. This looks a nice kick-off point.
The 10 here is extremely
9, 12.
New opportunities. It's 90 days today.
Well, she just hasn't shown a lot, especially last start. She got out the back and was beaten 11 lengths at Corowa. So she certainly is surprising.
The 11 Rasslog from Marine Complex is second up from a spell, was okay at the
One
end
place 9.
17, so they like it a little bit.
Yeah, I liked the run, and it looks really well from the eye perspective, as marine sources often do. The run first up at Wellington was good. I thought she got midfield and didn't seem to be able to track very well. She's been shunted on the corner, which we know at Wellington is hard for the horses to pick up off the back of that, but she found the line really well to be able to run fourth. I think Blinkers again. Not a very strong maiden and out to 1,200 on a big track. It's right up around.
She won a trial before that at Bathurst, of course, and the 12 Sawmill. Well, it's had 2 starts in the trial, and they've all been at Nowra, and the 2 runs at Nowra have been quite good and have resumes today.
Yeah, they were, weren't they? She was up on speed.
That's the linear. That's the linear.
I expect she would have returned stronger this time.
We lost the 13 London boy who's also scratched out of another event.
Well, that's the jockey is the problem on that horse. We needed a better jockey.
Like a very simple race, wide draw should be a problem. The 1
3 is also getting tailed. No, that 8.
Then for fourth, I put it to Hamaguchi if he can repeat what he did last start.
Into the 4th. She's put 2 into the 4th. 8 is getting tailed.
She's trained by Mum and Dad. So obviously your first preparation. How have you found it?
Yeah, look, she's obviously had a number of chances in town and in the provincials, and
come to us to try and tick that box of winning a maiden and see if we can build some confidence with her. So she's fit and ready to go. She hasn't shown me a great deal. Like she's just done her
8
job.
is a 4-year-old mare, so it's not a problem if it is getting
You know,
tailed.
she should be.
Mares are
I think
okay
that's a reflection
as
of,
long as they're 4-year-old.
field. It's a relatively weak race, and she's got provincial
Getting
form.
tailed
So
is not an
what I
issue.
can tell the punters is she hasn't missed a beat at home. She's had 2 unofficial
Tailing is an
jump-outs.
issue
She's
with the
well and truly fit
geldings and the
enough. Just need-
colts
you know, she just got handed this fluey
and the
track
horses.
and sort of will to want to win. And
This is
she's
not a
getting the right
problem. This. I hope she's not on heat, because if she's on heat, then it is a
I haven't
problem.
watched all the replays. She has begun well a couple of times, but then been sort of asked to just come back behind them. I've left Nick a bit of an open book here. I don't want to sort of drag her out of the race. I think the track's quite gluey and might be tricky to make up a heap of ground. So we'll just roll forward and let Nick and her assess where they end up. I think they'll be in the first 4 and then just wait up from there.
Big date Rose Hill tomorrow too. I'll tell you what, I'm most looking forward to seeing So You Pence, but barriers haven't been too kind to you.
No, barriers wide all day tomorrow, but So Your Pence, we were going to run her in the highway last week where she was perfectly placed, but it was extremely heavy, and I just want to avoid that really heavy track. It'll still be rain affected there tomorrow, but it just won't be as sort of deep and bottomless as it was last week. So she's going from a 58 to a 74 country to a genuine 78 Saturday mares race. So it's a proper race, and it'll be a really good guide for us. Same race, she's racing well without much luck. She's knocking on the door. Canadian Royal.
And that's the issue.
He'll run well again. I know he's out in the market. I think he's $9, but he.
I'm going to be out. I won't get in.
Those sort of horses,
I don't want to get into
when
this.
they win, but he actually, the weights comes into this race better than last
This
night. I think
probably
he
is going to give us a little bit of idea of the track. The first one, you cannot compare it with anything. This one will give us a little idea.
Genuine top 20 chance.
I'm going to stay out.
Luck over the next couple of days.
Thank you.
Yeah, so your pants certainly the win of the carnival there at Wagga. Don't forget that horse going around tomorrow. Flying Bandit that won the Cup of Well. And Matt has the favourite here, Alpha Reds with Nick Hayward aboard, into $1.55 now. So $2.50 to $1.55. It is the only one they've really supported. Of the others, not much else to report. True's trimmed up a little bit to 5. No recommendable form, Jeff Penton ride. It's been 23s into 18s.
I like the 9. I like the 9. Jerry, I like the 9. But the thing is, it's just my thing. Until and unless I get a little clarity on how the track is playing, I like to stay out. The first one I can't compare. I don't get the idea. I don't know how that'll work, but here they have a linear, they have gates, they have pressure. There are horses with races, without races. We'll get a little clarity. Lee, 8 win, go, go, go. Best of luck, Lee. 8 is touching the roof. 8 should be able to get there.
See if this favourite can get the result for the second. It is at $1.50. Its name is Alpha Reds.
$2 earlier on this morning, now into $1.50. It's got the right form on paper, and it's country boosted race. It's obviously
The only problem is that wide gate.
Been with that long enough to be eligible for these
The
country
only
boosted races.
problem is that wide gate for
Not a strong
8.
race on paper, Alpha Flores.
It's a 1200 meter.
Most of these. Sawmill, the last one to come forward. Yeah.
There are drifts. The drifts are also there. The EWs are there. So we'll see how it works.
Pony. They've got her now. So the Brisbane Meadows Stud Country Boosted Maiden Alpha Flores. Very short, pink and white colours. Haywood for local trainer Matt Dale. Set to go. And they're on.
Running, baby.
Flores came away about midfield.
Levin is running.
Russ locked down to the inside was the first one to begin. It really sprung out of the gates, and there's no
That's
speed.
the
so
highest
Flores is
advantage.
sidling across. to have a look for the lead. Two's in third and Louis Longlegs about to pass.
She's not
Hamaguchi,
done
Rockers
anything.
Grande about midfield. Then Corio Willow being followed by
Eight's
Joy
on.
Westbrook, Sawmill, Zillennial. An extremely exciting bomb to start its last of all. 700 to go. Speeds fast here. Raslock and Al Flores. They're the first two. Louis Longlegs is in third and Two's in fourth past the 600. Then came Yamaguchi in fifth, racing on his own from Rockers Grande, starting to feel the pinch. Corio Willow can join. Sawmill, Westbrook, extremely exciting. Zillennial, a long last. Raslock.
All right, now baby, run 8.
To find the best going, and Al Flores has hit the front.
8, baby, run.
Yamaguchi in fourth, but Al Flores at the 200 looks to be well.
What
clear.
is going on? Who is that in the middle and doing that thing, baby?
Yamaguchi, but Al Flores
Run, 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 run,
Flores
run.
in front. Two's finishing hard here. Two's
Yeah.
going to get up and run.
5.
The favourite. Two has beaten Al
5.
Flores. Sawmill's run third. Yamaguchi ran fourth. Rockers Grande, extremely exciting. Westbrook. And then came Raslock from Zillennial. Colorado Willow could join.
Man.
Longlegs, one of the last.
Well, it was the horse they backed at longer odds. Jeff Penter, the winning rider for Michelle.
5-8.
Still there in Guy. Another one for Mrs. Tathan there. And great to
I
see,
think so.
Michelle's dad. We all
That line did not get anywhere. Wait, we'll see. 5, 8, 9.
Hopefully,
5, 8, what
that means
else?
5,
5, 8.
$26.
That is 12.
Favourite just got out wide, but you could always see that one emerging, and we'd actually hit the front of fair
12 and 2.
So the 11 has run.
The 2 was actually the 4th.
370.
The 2 was actually the 4th. She had put it on 4th.
11.
The 2 actually came 4th. She's good.
So Sawmill has run third. The consistent Sawmill, 3 starts for 3 thirds.
Very soon. No, that's been a nice.
All right, so what happened? So what happened with that 5? The 5 was also there. It lacked this side, but it was there, and it was one of, here they were there, but it was from gate number 6. See, the 11 was a mule, right? The 11 was a mule. But if we look through that, then this thing comes right here, all right? 11 is like 5 races did nothing. It did nothing. And this one had 9 races, and it went up on its last race or something. It went up. So did this one also. That was also advantage. If we look through the smallest, then we get 11, 9, 7, and 5. All right, these 4 horses with the advantage. Out of which 7, we can forget about it. That's not working. This one and this one had the same, they're the same category. This one had more advantage, but it has 5 races. It did nothing. It is basically a mule. This one had the same advantage. It had a little bit of hope, and it went through with that. I would have never gone with that. This management is absolutely disastrous, but they today have been able to turn the tables here. So that is something that worked on a 1200 meter. But, honestly, if you ask me, I still don't I'm still not very sure if this played all right, because the 5 comes in there. 300. It's not easy, but it did win today. Hmm. Not much. 9 still in the game. Chris, you know, at the end of the day, when I run this back into my program and try to look for the errors that I've made, you know, some of the funniest things that I get to see. I was actually thinking that I'm going to make, you know, I'm going to start making videos on them. You know, what happened today? So we anyway do a little bit of analysis after the races where we know why we've lost. We know why we have lost. At least we have an idea that we have lost because of this particular reason. But when I run this through my program within 24 hours, and you know, that's where the real story comes up. That's where the real story comes up. Anyway, we'll go to the next. Two, 3, 10 all scratched. Eight, 4, 9, and 7. Eight, 4, 9, and 7. Yes, let's do that. So this is how it looks like. This is the third one. If we look through the odds, it's 8, 4, 9, and 7. That 8 is the favorite, which is through the rails. So we've got 8 and 9 within the box. And we've got 5. So 5 is a check. Now, what do we have is this guy, which is 11. That is the largest advantage given to this gentleman. If we look through that, 11 is also a check. This one is a 21 by 0, so it doesn't matter because this is 31. They're 30, 30, 33, 34, 17, 13. But this one is a 31 by -3, so there's definitely advantage on this guy. And that is what is happening. If we look through the jockey pressure. So obviously we've got this one where we have the jockey pressure, which is the linear. This is the linear. The jockey pressure is okay. That jockey is okay with this. That jockey is okay with this. But it lacks physics. It lacks physics. That is there. That lacks physics, especially with that thing. That is what it is. Now the problem with the 8, whenever they are here, they default, and that has happened so many times. I've actually lost the count. The moment they are within the rails, this is where they go wrong. The best jockey. This is the best jockey on 2. Well, I mean 6, which is from gate number 2. But that's a 21/0. That's a little difficult. Probably. It's got 15 races. Almost did nothing. Almost did nothing. So 8 is from gate number 1. This is basically the second horse pool, but this is favorite here, and I like this one, but honestly, I mean, I hope it delivers. I hope that happens. I hope that happens. That's a 46. There's no reason that it should fail. It's a 46/13. This is a 34/17. That jockey 9 is the other one. This is not working. This is definitely not the threat. I hope this is not going to be a threat. This and this is okay. So the question is the neutral or this one. The neutrals generally don't win. And the larger drift goes wild in this particular position. This is the linear, which is there with one of the best jockeys with a pressure line, which is from gate number 5. 1 is the linear, so that's the highest pressure that it is anyway carrying, but it doesn't have the physics of one side. Can it get in? Definitely it can get into any other position. There is no doubt that it can get in, but how will it get in is the question. This is good hand. This is good hand. 8 is a problem. They're like that. There's 60% on downdrift. This is 50% on downdrift. So financially, both of these companies are bleeding. Financially, both of these companies are bleeding. But they have the physics today, so we'll see what goes on. 33/32. This 937. That's the largest inner. That's a no match for this guy. This lady. It's a no match. And our question is 11. What can 11 do? 11 has been given that advantage to get in between. How will it get in is the question. Is it they are like tailing, right? They're tailing. 34/17, 30/37, 30/32. So definitely this one is in some way or the other. And this is a 33/32, not happening without physics. This is 30/16, wherein we have a 31/-3. So that is not going to probably happen. We're looking at 11, 8, 5, 11. 5, we'll have to listen to what they have to say about this horse. And 11, we'll have to listen to this guy also. 8 is good. It's anyway the second horse pool. The first one, which is the linear, is not in a position to win. So this should win. But a word of caution is this: whenever this horse is here, they go nuts. 871. One will get in, but where and how? 9 is in trouble because of the jockey. Problem is that 5, because let's give it a shot. Let's go. 8 should win. Unless it goes absolutely disastrous because of that. If it gets tailed, I'm out. It's a 5-year-old mare. If it gets tailed, I'm out. So 8 is okay, fair enough. You're touching the roof. 9's got problem with the jockey. 5 is the second one. And then we have, see, the linear will get in, but I'm actually going to I think it's better to go with the queen. 8 and 5. Or maybe 8 and 5 different bets. Because if the 8 fails, it'll fail miserably. If the 8, that's something that has happened so many times, Chris. And some of the best tracks, it's not that it is only Goulburn, but that has happened in Flemington, it has happened in Randwick, it has happened in Doomben. Some of the best drifts have failed the moment they are given that position. I think they go a little crazy. I think they kind of find it, they suffer from overconfidence or something like that. Or some, I don't know what goes wrong.
Victory, Robert Goulburn, benchmark 58. It's over 1,200 metres. Let's have a look at the one, the Brill Building from the
9 in the mix.
Rockhampton. Ryan Wiggins, the right gate, 661 kilos. Good winner here, 2 starts back. Just raced a little keen early and was carried wide at the turn last start. Wasn't beaten too far. Has one on a soft, only the one, never been on a heavy, so a couple of queries there with the big weight. 2 is Immortality from the Jordan Lee stable at Ballina. Ash Butler to ride gate, 360.5 kilos. Son of I Am Invincible. He's failed on a heavy track twice. He has one on a soft before, but his run was much better here second up last start over 1,200 metres. He began awkwardly, raced ungenerously early, so his effort was solid. He's right in the mix in a race like this if he handles conditions. 3 is Northumbria from the Carrot Smile stable at Rockhampton. Warwick Suddenly to ride gate, 860.5 kilos. Benchmark 55, winning here last start. Has failed once on a heavy track. Has won 1 from 15 on a soft. So loading up well here for race 6 at Rockhampton. 1 the
This is Rockhampton.
well supported. $4 into $2.90. 6 Nick and Norrie's $5 to $4.40. Then the 2 Immortality $3.60 to $5.50. Northumbria is there. It's around the $5.50 mark. Race 6 it's a benchmark 58. It's over 1,200 metres on 6, 1, 3 and 2. with the 6 Nikanori. I thought it was fit well. He's had the 3 runs back from a break, and they've all been genuine efforts too. He looked in outstanding order. I just think with the claim, he gets in with the 55 kilos, whereas the real building's got to carry 61 on a wet track. So I think it's going to suit Nikanori a lot better. 6 on top. Nikanori over the one, the Brill building. Form is good. 2 runs up this way from Ricky Bale, solid. Wet track, maybe a slight query. 3 Northumbria races on speed should give a sight, but another big query on the wet. The 2 Immortality, a much better run last start. 6, 1, 3 and 2 are my numbers. Well, I'm not real happy to go forward. Let's have a look at this market. 1, the Brill building, $4, got into $2.90, just up to $3. 6, Nick and Nori, 5 into $4.20, so there's good support. Nick and Nori. 2 Immortality's easy, $3.60 to $6. You've got the 3 Northumbria, $3.60 up to 7 now. 7 Grey Sea, this is a move in. Ricky Bale's other one, $19 to $7.50. So that's a good move. Then you've got the 8 Neptune Edge at 13 into 10. So that's a couple here. 10 of these numbers 15 to 16, like Love, 9.50 up to 26. So, look, the Brill building's very solid. Good support coming late for the 6 Nick and Nori. And there is a good move at a price for the 7 Gracie, $19 into $8.50. Some nibbles for the 8 Neptune Legend into $10 as well. So, should be genuine speed here. Northumbria goes forward with the Nori, hopefully posses up nice and handy. The Brill building won't be too far away, you can tell it as well. So, look, it'll be a race of tactics on the wet track for sure. Here's Russell Leonard for the 6th at Rockhampton.
The last load, Northumbria goes up, and now we're set. 1200 the trip. The Brill building runs the favourite. Great start it was too. Nikanori showing speed, Setarini Summer up into a handy spot. Northumbria on the move going forward with a bit from the Kenny Mortality. Neptune Legend, Latin Lava, Brill building, and back to last is Gracie. They head towards the half mile. Nikanori took it up and shows the way by a neck. Up running second is Northumbria, 2 lengths away third, Setarini Summer Immortality 4. Neptune Legend, Latin Love, the Brill building, Gracie is last. They make tracks towards the corner, 600 to go. Nikanori the inside and Northumbria together. They show the way by a length. Immortality's getting to the outside and starting to run on. The Brill building, Neptune Legend, Setarini Summer up behind Nikanori. Nikanori just in front. Northumbria trying to get on turn foot at the outside. The Brill building and Gracie are out wide. Setarini Summer is swinging back closer to the inside. Nikanori the leader. It still defies them. Out wide, Gracie coming home hard. Setarini Summer getting up on the inside and Nikanori. But Nikanori close to home and Nikanori will lead all the way. Nikanori first, Neptune Legend second, Gracie third. Setarini Summer fourth. Then Northumbria. Mortality, Latin Love, and the Brill building was put in a shocker, the last one over the line. Six Nori, Gary Clements third. Second and eighth, Neptune Legend, Nicky Olzard. Third, 7th, Gracie, Brooke Johnson. And 4th over the line. Go to the 5, Setarini Summer. So the rundown is 6875. 6875, the numbers after the running of race to 6. 6 Nikanori, the winner. It's raced by the Peterson family. 4-year-old brown gunner by Nikanoni at Takanori, Liv O'Donnell, Gary Clem first. Second, 8 Neptune Legend, raced by the Evans family. 3-year-old brown gelding Dundeel, Drusha, Nicky Olzard for Michael Evans.
Well, Pedro, of course you own this horse, Nick and Nori. Gary Clem hates an interview, so you've got the Guernsey. That was a good, tough win. Good win, good win. Yeah. His run first up was outstanding to win. He's been knocking on the door since he's fit well.
That bad barrier, Michael. Yeah, and this is perfect here. We didn't know how he'd go in the wet, but he went good.
Well, he's won on a soft, and he just seemed to get a lovely run at transit and just keep going for the girl.
No, really good. Couldn't be happier.
What about the trainer? He's pretty good.
He is.
I won't tell him because he'll get a big head.
Oh, we already got that.
Had a good ride by the girl. She kept him balanced up.
He loved him. He loved him.
We do too. Well done, Pedro.
Thank you, Ben.
He's a good man, Pedro. And Gary Clem, he's busy. He's busy. He's always trying to find someone to talk to other than me. But yeah, Nick and Nori. He's genuine, this horse. He looked outstanding, parading. I thought Gary Clem was in for a good day. Well, he's had a second, he's had a winner, he's got a roughie in the last, which is a great chance as well. Moissanite. So, well done. He's one of the kings of Bundaberg. Daryl Gardner, Gary Clem, they are two of the best. And they often come here and get a winner. Neptune Legend, a good effort to run second. Yeah, there's going to be a good prep ahead for him for sure.
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
Home nicely to run third. And the 5 centre any summer, he got me a fright there for a minute. He poked up on the fence. I thought he'd be cheeky, and that he was, but he just picked it out a little bit late. So 6, 8, 7, and 5 are the numbers. Well, Gary Clem, he's a man you can trust. Out of Bundaberg, good trainer. And it was a good ride by Liv. We'll grab her for a quick chat in a minute because she kept that horse balanced in front, and she looked well today, and he ran right up to that as well. So I'll grab Liv for a quick chat. Liv, nice horse, good win.
Yeah, he's a really nice horse. He's peeing out now and he's really travelling. He does get a bit thick-winded, so when he jumped in front, I was happy to let him cruise, especially in the genuine heavy track. And he's never done it before, but I didn't think he was able to handle it. It's such a big, beautiful horse and always presents himself well. So, yeah, he was super today.
Get near it.
No, he was really good. I thought he would have ridden him a couple of times for first and third, and I've had to go up once from bad gate and handy last time, but last time Chris rode him, he got him and pinged him out, so obviously that's woken him up a bit, and I knew, handle the heavy track because he's such a big, beautiful horse, so yeah, he was good.
And good owner, good trainer.
They're lovely people, and they've been very loyal to me. That, they don't owe me anything, but they keep putting me on, and I got the claim, so claim always helps.
Oh, work, well done.
Thanks so much.
Here she is, Liv O'Donnell, Nick Anori, too good for them. 6, 8, 7, and 5. Yeah, don't drop off Gary Clem before the day's out because Moissanite in the last, upwards of $23 is definitely not the worst. So there's a bit of early mail. We won't have the last on Sky Thoroughbred Central, so you'll have to switch over to Sky 2 days. There's plenty of menus coming online. But that's race 6 at Rockhampton, run and 1. We will take a short break on Sky Thoroughbred Central on the other side. Graham White, Kayla Nisbet with race 3 at Goulburn.
Trainer Pat Murphy sponsors race 3 here. It's class 3 over 1,000 metres. Nice even lineup, 2 Everlasting Stars. It's our favourite for Danny Williams. Dale Cole to ride. It's 340 at our favourite. It's on the drip from 290. We start off the Braves. One hell of a team. Last 3 starts, 3 wins last campaign.
Yeah, she's a little ripper, isn't she? As you said, first start, she's a pretty speedy mare. It just kept going up last preparation. She broke a maiden, then was able to win 2 benchmark 58 consecutive races. Not too badly weighted with the claim here. She's been right up until she came into the yard.
4 here is Azarito for Blake Ryan and also Jay Ford.
They have the option to ride him off the speed if that's how Jay liked to ride him, I suppose, how the race unfolds. He's typically a very speedy gelding that's taking a bit of running down. I thought his last start after the Sapphire Coast He was beaten favourite. I couldn't make too many excuses for him, but he was third up off the back of a couple of tough runs. So whether they just told, I'm not too sure, but he'll get another chance here.
And it is into 440 from 850. Here comes Hogan's the last start winner. He'd be better Hogan rides for Matthew Smith for $9.50. Hogan.
Yeah, well, they made some significant gear changes there, and it certainly proved a winning move.
That's a huge. I don't know how tall is she.
Falls right into his favour.
That's huge.
6 is Kinsoku Troll, well in preparation for this next starter. Into $8 from 11. Holly Durner claims the 1.5 for Joe Idle.
Yeah, well, interesting runner. If you can ignore his very poor last start effort at Kembla, where he was beaten 11 wins and benchmark 64. His runs prior to that are all really good. He gets the addition of synthetic hoof filler for the first time.
Tuna 6 show.
One feet issues, but as you mentioned,
The one is the linear.
7 is Experidos, ultra consistent.
It'll get in, but how?
$5.50 chance, and I think this is the best to play better than that.
She's super consistent, isn't she? I thought she tried very hard to run second to Sparkle and Glitter, who we clearly think is above average horse. She'll roll forward and give a sight.
The 8 is Everlasting Stars. Formerly trained in Queensland, Danny Williams now prepares here. It's had the 2 starts for Danny. Impressive winning in its first and then really good in Sydney last start. Dale claiming 4, down to 51.5 kilos.
It just sees her perfectly placed here, doesn't it? As you said, her 2 runs have been excellent for Danny. But last start, particularly on the Kensington track, where she ran on really strongly, be beaten a length. She's fit, no weight, gets good speed on.
The 9 is Miss Backchat at $5.50. Hope Gary Portelli and Pariah Keatings.
Yeah, she's first up. She was very nice in her first racing preparation, where she had the 3 runs. She won on debut and then followed up with another 2 good performances before they spelled her. I thought her most recent trial this time around was very good, running second to Vegas Raider, so she looks ready to go, but we'll find a bit of pressure underneath there.
And the 11 is Our Red Planet, Jeff Penzer and John Nisbet, placed in his last 2 starts.
Yeah, he's racing well in slightly easier company. We'll need to find a little bit more here, but the race has fallen away and he likes the soft ground.
Well, we're on the same page here. I like the 8, Everlasting Stars, was really good here and really good in Sydney. So I like it from a suitable draw, no weight, come out on top from the 7 Experidos. So one hell of a team, good assignment for it, but of course it's really in form, and the 5, here comes Hogan. So a bit of form here. We've got 3 last start winners as well. 8, 7, 1 and 5 from my colour.
Yeah, very competitive. I'm with the 8 as well. From the 6, Jim Sophos, I'm choosing to ignore that main last start effort. From the 9, so I missed back chat in for the 3rd. I think it's ready to go. And in 4th, the 1. Hell of a team.
Not much between these horses. 5 minutes out. The 8 is Everlasting Stars, marginally ahead of number 4, Airs and Redder. Blake Lyons already had a winner today with Jade Ford. They won our opening race. We'll talk more about that shortly, but that's a Redo. Fitter for recent racing and into 550 from 850. Expectations of
Nice to get in a race about 61, 62 on his back. Drawn to get to the right part of the track. Strong senior rider on. Cops everything you throw at him. So enough speed in. I've given Joe the option today that if they do go quick enough from where you are, just to park up. I know he's led nearly every start he's had, but giving Joe the option, if he needs to be 1-1 or even further back, I wouldn't be surprised. But I think the horse will run well.
Touch on your first winner. Nice debut by Nothing But Net. $34 chance and had a few trials, and a winning debut is always nice.
He's a nice horse, always been a nice horse. I bought him for 60,000 a year and took him to ready to run. Couldn't sell him and sold him to Matthew. He was good enough to leave him with me to train. So he's a son of King's Legacy who's starting to kick along a bit as a stallion. So I didn't think he could win the 1,000 metre race when he came in today, but blinkers on today, sharpened him up, trials and 4 minute trials again the other day. He was really frank. Terry Parker's really winning on debut at Newcastle, so I didn't think it'd be $34, but I also didn't think it'd be 1,000 metre race. But it was good to see him get the job done, and just got to find another race for him.
As well for his career when you can win like that on debut. Couple of runners, Sydney and Kembla Grange tomorrow.
Yeah, Lady Chen first up tomorrow, run really well. First up, no trial, missed the trial due to the washout, but just with the way the races are falling, I think
It's a risk on that 8. I don't know, but it always defaults from that position. I just hope it doesn't this time.
Well, so I'm sure he'll punch through at some point with the strength, but where he gets up the line, I think maybe straight to the best chance.
One winner already, and you're finished after this one. You can head home and hopefully with another one. Good luck. Azarito is his representative here, and it's at $5.50 behind Everlasting Stars. It's the one I like. I found this a really difficult race. Originally, I sort of was leaning towards Here Comes Hogan, but the more you go into this race, so much depth here. As I mentioned when we were having a look at the horses in the parade, you've got Hell of a Turn is the last start winner resuming. You've got Here Comes Hogan one last start, Everlasting Stars one last start. Miss Backchuck's a lovely type. She won on debut, so there's a fair bit of form here. And we lost a couple of the really good chances in Missy None, of course, and Grandstand as well. So, really good race.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I've got a bit of time for Here Comes Hogan, and I've left him right out my numbers here. As you read, I mean, he's put in one plain run, and that was last start. So horses can do that with the big trip down at Sapphire Coast, and I've also left him out. He's our second favourite, so I agree. I think it's anyone's race, and even Dad's horse down the bottom there, would be surprised to see him win, but he's still racing well. And gets a nice setup, speed on.
And if that 11 topples it off, then we are all doomed.
Just the Kensington Stars last start to be the length.
We've got Hell of a Turn, who's won its last 3 starts. It's only had 7 starts in its career. It's 3-year-old filly by Hellbent.
Or the 6, like Tuna says.
Canberra. Daughter of Hellbent with their stable apprentice Glenn Carl on board. It won at Orient, won a maiden there, won by almost 3 lengths. Then it won at the Cower at a benchmark 58 by half, I think. Then it won at the Sapphire Coast on a soft track, so keep that in mind. You're 30 old, but your father trains quite a capable horse and ran 56.62. Admittedly, it's a pretty quick track down there, but it was a soft surface that day. So there's a fair bit of depth here. We've got a Hell of a Teen racing here. We've got a Hell of a Fox later. And then we've had that Hell of a Sparrow that's won, about 4 in a row there at one stage. So these horses are racing quite well, these Hell of a horses that have that prefix. Here Comes Hogan. There's an interesting runner again. He was really good winning last start. Anthony's gone, but he's back chat. He was certainly a horse that stood out in the yard for Michael. Multiple chances here. Any last thoughts, Carla?
Well, not really. As I said, it's really hard to split, and I think they'll all get their chance here in this small field with a bit of speed up. So if you like anything, I couldn't talk you out of it.
One last look at the market. This one, Here Comes Hogan, is out to $7.50. It's been pretty much that all the way through. Everlasting Stars from the inside is $293.23. Miss Back Chat, it's in the market at $5.50. It touched 6. No money for the bottom one, our Red Planet 15s to 17s. And the other one is Hell of a Teen, first up from the spell, not wanted at all. $5 out to the 13. So can Hell of a Teen join some of these horses in the district that have won multiple races in recent times? We'll soon know. Here's Anthony for race 3.
Stars drawn to the inside. He's the favourite. Dale Cole, the local apprentice.
Big coming.
2 meetings to go. Well, sitting up in the stretch for the gates here, Dale. If that horse is loaded or not. In the meantime, Asurito comes forward. Miss Backjack will be the last. Our starter, Mr. Andy Bloomfield, rushes to his ladder, so we're close. Murphy Racing Class 3, Everlasting Stars favourite off the inside. Jockey's still not on the horse here, now he is. Stand by. Ready. They're off. Missed it, Everlasting Stars. Did a bunny hop and came out last. Miss Mountain, on the other hand, was fast to begin. Hell of a Teen, Asurito, Espiritos all fast away. Jinsoku closest to the inside. And then came Here Comes Hogan. Now the favourite Everlasting Stars is second last, and our Red Planet is the last one. Onto the course proper, 600 to go. Miss Backchap on the outside of Hell of a Teen. Jinsoku's got the rails behind those from Here Comes Hogan, Espiritos, and Asurito very wide. Our Red Planet's got its back, and Everlasting Stars last, and it's cut the corner. Hell of a Teen in front from Miss Backchat at the 350. Jinsoku. Now Everlasting Stars making ground and wider out. Asurito, and Here Comes Hogan. Miss Backchat, 200 to go from Hell of a Teen. Everlasting Stars. Miss Backchat going well. 100 to go. 2 in front to Hell of a Teen. Everlasting Stars, but it's Miss Backchat with a win first up.
9. Man.
Hell of a Teen, Everlasting Stars. Well, it was gone after it bombed the start. Did a good job to run third in the end. Then came Asherito. They were followed by Our Red Planet from further out the field. We've got, here comes Hogan. Espiritos, we haven't called it already. And Jinsoku was one of the last.
The flashy horse has been able to win. It's back chat by I'm All the Talk. Very well named out. It's just a Ferrari. So well named. And she's a real flashy filly. And she's been able to win at $6.10 for Mariah Keatings and Gary Portelli. That was a race we'll have to watch a few times, Taylor. Really good run there by the top one, hell of a team. But what about the performance of a few of these other ones behind? The 8 Everlasting Stars. And just before they jumped, it was sort of standing up. We'll have a look at that replay in a minute. But of the starter, the jockey Young Cole was offered, and then he got back on, and then they let him go. And then all of a sudden just missed the start with another horse, your father's horse. So we'll have a look at that replay in a minute. But our winner has paid $6.10, $2.70 for Hell of a Team. Everlasting Stars there at $1.30, and Espiritos making up good ground running form. So 9, 8, 8 and 7, what do you think?
Yeah, that's a good winning return by Miss Matcha. We'll just have a quick look at this start. My favourite. Look, I think obviously it was standing awkward, which is why Dale wasn't on him at the start, and he's just bobbed up as you've seen.
That's a go.
As the
That was the second linear. Played well. It had the physics, and the jockey did the job. This is where they default. This is a bad idea. 2, 7, 9, 10, 13 all scratched. One, 5, 4, 11. Lewis, welcome back. 8, 7, 1 time box. Yes. Chris, that was brilliant. You had everything. You had everything. Favorite came in third. What was your key, Jerry? Which one was the key?
It's probably tracking the Sunshine Coast there. Were very, very good. Was up on speed there and kept on whacking away. Ridden off the speed all forward. It's not going to matter this horse. He'll hit the line okay. The 13 in Totally Underrated, I thought his run at the Sunshine Coast probably track last start was excellent over the 1400. Comes back to the 1200, so the fitness is in her legs there.
Okay.
She'll run very well.
Should pay both. It should pay well.
He jumped down and led in the recent Gold Coast Barrier Trial, showed very, very good speed. If he can handle these heavy conditions, he could be in the finish. And the 5 in He's the Kiss. Look, he's had plenty of starts and yet to win a race, plenty of placings there. I'm just hoping he runs a good race today. 4:13.25.
Well, let's look at this market. Enhance was $1.90 this morning. You're taking a $1.80 tab right now. Call out was $5.50 into $4.80, back out to $5s now $5.50. Chardonnay has been confirmed from this morning. It was $8.50 into $5, back out to $5.50, back to $6 now. And money coming for Totally Underrated, the John Expertin runner, $8.50 into $6, no regrets, 19's out to 23. So favourite, Enhanced, at $1.80. Let's find out a little bit more about our favourite with his trainer in Toby Edmonds.
Race 4 Enhanced. The horse races up on the speed. How's she going?
He's going well. He's building towards running well. He's been obviously beaten a short price favourite. His last two, first up he was unlucky to flatten out the barriers, was way out the back. Second up on the poly up there, just got worried out. Of course, it beat him, ended up having 5 or 6 kilos less. So
Yeah, it does. It does. The box is expensive
Just heard
in
from
US. We don't have boxes here. Not in the Asian pool. I don't think even in the Australian pool there are boxes.
Support this morning, Chair, today from the Matt Dunyard this week. He was $8.55.50. You're looking 6s now, Totally Underrated into $6. So good support coming for him. And no regrets, 19's yep, 23's the 8. The 9, Beautiful Joe, 23's, 26's. Still sitting money for this horse. Oh, no, not a, now, he is the Kiss Alan Child's runner. I know he's had a heap of cheers to win one, but if you want a fit horse, he is a fit horse, but it's not an ounce for him. 34's at the 41s.
Yeah.
And that's the 5.
Yeah, so, you know, he's had those 11 minor placings, had the 26 starts without a win. That's the only scary part there, but he's a horse that can run a place in this type of race.
I know, well, you're taking $1.70, $1.75 now in his. He is our solid favourite. 2 call out is $5.50 tap.
Yeah, let's hear from Call Out's Jockey and Anthony Allen.
Right, Anthony's likely race. He's coming out a really good maidens last prep.
Yeah, look, I was really happy with his 2 trials he's had this time. He seems to be on pace, and I think he's going to suit the track today, sort of what the pattern of the race today. And yeah, he seems to be on pace for 5 horse, and he seems to run on nicely.
Gate, I think you're going to use it on this track today, haven't you?
Yeah, 100%. I think the good takes out half the sort of battle, sort of trying to get a nice pod in and get him to relax and in the forward position. Yeah.
Race 7, you got another nice ride for out at Keith and Cracker Reef, but Andy was good at Ipswich last start.
Yeah, his last start was a good win. It was actually really nice and impressive. So hopefully it sort of works out the same sort of deal today with Gadigan, and probably just be rolling forward on him as well. So I think that's all what we're all going to be doing today.
Watch forward at Ipswich, didn't he?
Yeah, he seemed to be in the forward position nicely and seemed to really hit the line strong after that.
What about this type of ground here?
Look, that's sort of hard to battle, but I mean, like, I think he's going well enough to get through it, I think.
Right, over here, looking at $1.70 enhanced now. Before that interview was played out with Anthony Allen, we were looking at $1.75, $1.70. Here's the big firm. There's not a lot to pull out. I can tell you that now. There was this morning into 480. Hunter's probably been a bit wary, John, because he's first up.
Yep.
What he had
the 2 trials, but I only see he's just been around on the stock track one of the trials was on the poly track at the Gold Coast, so maybe that boat isn't one that might be the stock track that day up there.
It was.
But I think people are probably just worried about that wet form with the main today, I think, Barry. So,
well, I mean, if you're talking horses that have hit, you got in here, has been the 2 runs back.
Yeah.
He's been at the Gold Coast, that was on the synthetic. No, it wasn't.
yeah, they were both on the synthetic. It was
Yeah.
supposed to be on the grass, and
That's right.
they cancelled the meeting and put it on the synthetic, so everything kind of changed.
Yeah.
And he'd had 2 trials prior to his first up run at the Gold Coast Poly. So he's the horse with the fitness.
Yeah.
You go back to last preparation before he went for a spell, he was played to Grafton in 1100 on a soft 7, so he will get through these conditions. Matty McGowan's one of our top riders here on the northern.
Lewis 3 at Casino.
Might just give him a good dig out the gates and let him know.
We've never raced here. Are they good, Lewis?
Champion the 3, Matt Dunn's run a jet in and takes off 3 there.
Yep.
Boy, Cruz for the line in that trial at Grafton. He
Very
cut them
nice.
off the speed.
Yes.
When he went to him, he just put them
I
away.
think Wayne Wheatley rode him in that trial.
He did.
Yeah,
He carried a bit of weight. I think Matt Dunn's a little bit keen on it too.
Yeah, actually, I could have easily tipped out his kiss and put Champagne in my numbers. I was just a bit concerned with a bit of the time off, but he trialled up really nicely that day with Wayne Wheatley on there at Grafton when he won that open trial. And he has he's been around the Sunshine Coast on a heavy track and been beaten 3 or 4 lengths, 2 runs back. So just a bit of a question mark on the wet tracks there with him as well.
You're looking at $1.65 enhanced now, so he is awfully short. And to be honest, there's not a lot of moves of weight. Just lead the punters in, even the horses down with the odds. What's that, John?
I'm just trying to think about Beautiful Joe. What odds is Beautiful Joe there, Gary? The 9 is around
$23 at the 31 Scott,
Yeah.
not an ounce. I'll tell you the horse that's nice and fit now, and he's probably not entitled to be the prize, no regrets, the 8.
Yeah.
He draws the inside gate. He led it Grafton last start, and he just weakened out the last bit when he ran 3rd. But that's the fittest I've seen this horse in the mounting yard today, and he's $26 on tap. He was 19 this morning.
Yeah,
So
well,
I think you're getting value with him.
Yeah, that's if like he draws that Barry run. I think Bella Youngberry today, he led up the other day at Grafton to start before he raced up with speed. So there'd be no reason for her to ride this horse back quiet. You'd think they'd just go bang and put it straight up on the speed today where it run well.
I don't know what the hold up is here. They're walking around there. People are standing looking.
They're looking at the back right down there, whether it's down the back of the shoe or somewhere down
We've
there.
got horses mingling around. I don't know. Kangaroo, okay.
We know all about kangaroos, Gary, when we drive up to Moree.
We don't talk about it, John. I don't want to know about kangaroos. They had a kangaroo on the track here last meeting. Did they? On the Saturday meeting, yeah. One of our stewards had to get out and chase Skippy off the track. Skippy there's one rule for Skippy. He should not be on the track, and Skippy should not be on a highway.
No. Well,
There's a million acres out there. What do they do? Stand on the side of the highway when you go past? They jump in front of you.
I know. It's happened to us a
Guess
couple,
what's happened?
a couple of times now, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it makes the best of your car.
Well, you don't sleep when you drive in the Moree because your eyes are wide open waiting for them to jump out in front of you there, Gary.
I don't want to.
We got Moree on Tuesday, so we'll be headlights on, bull bar on.
Yeah, I don't
We're our
want
best.
to know. So that's the hold up. Skippy's out of the track. having a bit of a go at the moment. There's horses still, well, we've got horses in there.
They might back these out, Gary, if they're in there for too long, if they can't get rid of this kangaroo on the track.
There's a kangaroo
Johnny, so what
at the track.
you do $1.65 in hands now. I've just got that click over there, $1.65.
Yeah. Want him any shorter, would you?
Okay, so what we might do, we might go to the yard at Rockhampton, Michael Charge, race 7. Welcome back to Rockhampton for race 7. This is the penultimate. Seems weird, doesn't it, given the time of day, but we had a nice early start. This is the Culligan Park 126 years QS3 roll handicap. It's over 1,200 metres. Good race too. The one is obligated from the Lyle Ride stable at Mackay. Ash Pumper to right, 560, 1.5 kilos. Serious 3 roll. This is one, the 4 from 10. Very good resuming at Mackay. He was a late scratching here last meeting. Look, heavy track's a little bit of a query. He failed on it at Eagle Farm in the Gold Edition. That was 3 runs. Righto, starting to load up. Obviously, they've got Skippy off the track. Now we've got trouble with one loading up here. I think it's trying to just that saddle cloth number up. It's one of Leo Clappett's at least. Anyway, that's colours. I'd say it's a 15. No, 10 arrows. Sorry, but they're starting to load up here very quick. One look at this market. $1.65 I'm looking at, John.
Yeah, very short.
In hands. He called out straight at the $5 mark. And hopefully Skippy's got 2, 4, 3, 13. Mate.
Yeah, I'm 4, 13, 2, 5. Let's go to Terry for 4.
Taking a right turn. This time, they're bouncing along inside of the training track road.
Horses versus kangaroos.
The training track now, they're on the course proper. Now, they've left the course proper and they're heading for the trees.
Yeah.
Goodbye to the kangaroos. Let's hope. $1.75 and hence. Stemmer comes up. Yep, looks as though they've left us for good. Data appears around front. Beautiful Joe comes in. And finally, we're about to see some action. The Veterinary Food Group, it's a super boat group. Gates are back. Totally underrated, lifted 3/4 of the left. Dross and Beautiful Joe went back after the start. No regrets and call out came out quickly. Champagne third and Hands fourth at the end of a couple of 100 metres. Then he is the kiss on the inside of Big Stepper. A length and a half to Righteous Brother on the outside of Intrepid Lad. 2 lengths to Behind the Scenes, followed by Dross is on the inside of Totally Underrated. And Beautiful Joe went back to the tail of a strung out field led by No Regrets and Champagne on the outside with 600 metres left to run. Call Out is third, Enhance is fourth. 2 lengths away, Big Stepper, the lone green cap. On the outside of Here's the Kiss. 2 lengths, Intrepid Lad at the head of the others. Coming around the bend, Champagne made a beeline to the middle of the track. Enhance came wider. Call Out back closer to the inside. Then No Regrets. Champagne led past the 200 metres mark. Enhance and Call Out are giving chase. It's Champagne in front with 50 metres left to go, and Champagne too good. Champagne beats Call Out. He is the Kiss get up for third, Enhance fourth. Then Beautiful Joe making a ton of ground from Intrepid Lad. No Regrets and
Lewis.
followed by Totally Underrated.
Brilliant job. Right, this is the 4th one, which is 1,000 meter here at Goulburn. That one is the favorite. If we look through the odds, it's 1, 5, 4, and 11. That one has no races, and it is the favorite. And it is not that it is the only one with advantage. Both of these have advantage, 3 and 1, out of which this one has 1 race and comes from gate number 5. This is from gate number 4. They've been laid together. Obviously the advantage here is a little more on this one, so that's that part of the story. 4 is the linear, which is well within the rails, got the physics, comes from gate number 8. So This is a good hand. This is bleeding. You've seen how the bleeding kind of ruins the winning state. This one is here. These two are with the highest advantage, but they're not the best horses. The best horses are here. Then we have the 12, which is with a lot of advantage going on, but lacks this side, not in a winning position. 5 is again here, which is the largest drift, and they kind of do that thing. Thank God it is not the favorite. But why would that 4 will not win? It has one of the best jocks. It's not the best, but it is one of the best. That's pressure on that horse. It comes from gate number 8 though, but it is there within the rails. 19, 8. So for once, if we believe the pressure is right here, the pressure was right. The pressure was right. The 9 actually went through, which was the second linear that went through. Then this one definitely did not have the rails. It came in second. 7 definitely did the job. So the pressure worked here. There is no reason why the pressure will not work here. Though it is a maiden one, but we'll see what they have to speak about 4. I like the 4. It's the linear. It's a 388. The jockey is right. Pressure is right. It comes from gate number 8, but it's okay. Apart from the management side of the story, which is here, it is all okay. Here the pressure worked. 35, 37, that did work. This one did not have the physics to win this, but this one was well within the rails. The jock did a brilliant job on this, so why this jock will not deliver with that pressure is the question.
$270 and our favourite trials have been good. Jay Fortin the winner already, and I've been impressed. And you like this horse, Carla?
Yeah, I do. Just looking at him in the yard, so I probably like him even more. He looks like he's got a lovely nature. He's a good-looking colt. He's had the 3 trials overall, and he looks pretty straightforward. He's been a bit sharper with each one. We just haven't seen him come off the bridle. That's really the only query.
He led me latest of 3 trials. His time there in one of them, that one was 48.41 at home in 34 and a tick, which was very comparative to the morning. So he's got a really good chance. 2 comes out. The 3 is Kayla's here for the May stable. Kevin May with Nona Costin, second start.
He's nice and relaxed alongside the pony here. He showed early speed on debut. That was at Hawkesbury over the 1100, but he just weakened down the straight. Beaten 5 lengths. This is a touch easier, but he needs to climb them.
We've seen the 4 here, Queen Step, a few times, and 3 starts have resulted in 3 placings. Finished strongly in one of those recent starts. Madeline Owen will ride this horse. She's a regular rider for it. Draws out well, but seen plenty of this track so far.
Yeah, that's right, the 3 starts at the track and distance. I don't think she's finishing as well as she needs to. She's very speedy and she's making it very hard for them to run her down, but she just needs to find a little more late to be able to break through.
The 5 is Lightly Sparkled. It's second start on the start and the trial have been on soft tracks, trained by Mitch Beer. Holly Durnan will ride now. We just want to spend a little bit of time on this horse's form out of a race at Nara. Going back a bit, around 3 behind Point and Shoot. It's 1-2 at Randwick. I've also ran second. The Enchanter's come out and won a Slater start at Canterbury. Now, she ran fourth, like third, Lightly Sparkle. Also ran fourth, Majorca Sunset won at Canterbury. The fifth horse, Can't Touch This, won its next start at Nowra. The sixth horse, Beer Baron, won two. And Zootastic, that ran seventh, won that big race at Wagga there recently. So I can even go further if you want, Carl. Cougars that ran eighth, it's come out and won at the Sapphire Coast. So the format in that race at Nowra is unbelievable.
It is incredible, and obviously that shows that she's got a bit of natural ability. She was beaten favourite at the end of her preparation, but I think that was just her coming to the end of it. Her trial this time around, running second at Canberra, made it look like she'd settled the street.
Yeah, well, she's into 340 from $6.50 Colin to ride. Pat Murphy trains at 6.
Okay, that is an Jockey Alliance.
Yeah, I don't think
Claim a
he's out
jockey.
at all. His first preparation in his 3 runs was a bit green, but he kept running the line really well. I thought his resuming trial this time around off the back of a spell, he looked like he was in really good order on the Acton against some handy horses. He just may be better over a bit further.
The 8 is way ahead, and it's blown out. The betting, it's out to $12 from $4.80. Hebe Van Hoven rides for Matthew Smith.
She's been showing a bit of speed and holding the ground well. Her most recent effort, she ran third in Hawkesbury Super Maiden. She just looks like she's still working out exactly what she's doing.
The 11 is Wild Annie for Anthony and Sam Freeman. Dylan Gibbons to ride, a $9 chance.
She's second up. I didn't think she'd shown much in all 3 starts, but there have been in Metro and Provincial Maidens. Most recent one being 9 Lakes Light. There's been a bit of falling out in that race. I still think she needs to find more here.
And the 12 is Better Me at Grant Buckley rides for Kerry Parker, $34 hope.
Yeah, she was good on last preparation. Her first racing point, they ran her from 1,000 to 1,400, and she was in the second half and kept running the line really well. I expect she'd be a bit stronger this preparation.
So our favourite is the one here, El Wasabi, prepared by David Pfeiffer. So the 3 trials ran good time in one of those trials, are likely looking tight, but David can tell us a little bit more. Trials have been good, just got to convert that to race day, David.
Yeah, exactly. His trial's been nice, progressive. I'd probably like to see him trial like he did first up this campaign. Jumped, box seated, travelled nice, and sprinted well on the straight. Last trial, he sort of was a bit of fresh and nervous energy. He sort of pinged the gates and run a bit. So, 1,000 metres, hopefully a bit of speed, and hopefully they'll pop them on.
He's pretty well behaved there in the parade ring.
Yeah, I don't know if that's good or bad thing, actually. His first start in the race, so you're sort of unsure what to expect when you get in the race, but he paraded well, and hopefully he used his energy at the right time of the race.
Just for the listeners out there, this is where it all comes down to. You've had this horse for a long time, you take them on from the owners, and it's exciting for the owners, but it's also exciting for a stable to see these horses finally make the track.
Yeah, it's always a journey. A journey, having a horse get the races, and it takes 2 years to find a way, right?
420. I don't see a reason why that 4 should not get there.
A draining weight, especially.
I don't see a reason, apart from the fact it is a claimer jockey.
Potential throughout his career, and hopefully starts off the right way to run.
It's a long process from the time, they're foaled, they work their way through the system, they get up, and this bloke's been okay all the way through.
He's been good. He's energetic little bugger. But look, he's contained his manners here well today, and like I said, it's been a journey.
I was having a good run.
Yeah, a bit quiet on runners at the moment, but the horses are racing, they're going well.
This horse is owned by Bengal Studies by Kaylee's out of a Savabille there.
Yeah, so you might think of the Savabille, he shouldn't have been problems in this wet track today.
We wish you well here. He is our favourite at $2.80. All the best, Dave.
Beauty, thank you.
He's having a good run with his horses. He won a Wagga Town Plate, I think it was, many years ago with Ghostly.
Let's go, winner.
Many years ago.
Tuna, I'm with you. 4. It's a claimer jockey, but looks like it's a friendly jockey. They know the horse. He knows the horse. It's a 3-year-old filly.
Her best run last prep against Point and Shoot. She's got to be very hard to beat here. In for third, I put the 4, Queen Step, who I believe will take up the speed here and prove hard to run down, but she keeps doing it. In for fourth, I put the 6, Rouge Home. As I said, I know his form last prep wasn't as good as some of these others, but his recent trial on the Acton, I thought it suggested he's returned in really good order.
Well, I went with Lightly Sparkle, but I delved back through the runners out of that race an hour last night. They just kept coming up with winners. There's a total of 7 winners. You don't often see that in the maiden, but no better example than Point and Shoot, who, has won 2 and ran with the 6. But, to think the second horse has won the 4th, 5th, the 6th, the 7th and the 10th. And this horse finished third. Just waiting on the third.
It's 1,000 meter. Where else will it win?
Kayla, 2.5 minutes off
If
the
a linear
start.
cannot win 1,000 meter,
Racing over here today.
what will it do?
One here on debut. El Wasabi is our favourite. Jay Ford with a winner already today, ahead of the 4 Plain Step, who's been ultra consistent all the way through. Madeline Owens from this horse really well. I think you made reference, Kayla, just the last little bit. It's just the last little bit of just something's grabbed at this last couple.
Yeah, and I don't think she's stopping. She doesn't look like a weak little filly, but she's just not quickening enough, and obviously just getting rolled late. So here, look, from her wide draw, she's going to find herself in the right part of the track. I'd say Maddie will find herself in front, but just stay to the outside or middle to the outside there. She'll give herself every chance, but as I said, she just needs to find a little bit more late.
So our top one on debut, El Wasabi, has now come into 230 from 280 on Plain Step, 370 to 360, and lightly sparkled was 650, 370, 380, 440. I'll tell you one thing, Mitch B is a great man for racing, and he's a great advertisement for racing as well. One thing he did, I went to a function at a golf function out of the country club in Wagga one day. Mitch actually put up a share in this horse, a part of like a percentage of it. That was his prize he donated. Some guys from Wagga I know, Glenn Seymour and Russell Campbell, they actually bought the share with some of their owners. So it's a big syndicate of owners, but they'll be tuning in and watching this. But that's what a lot of trainers do. You know, they promote their business, but they also give back as well. And speaking of that, I see the Wangaratta trainer, Craig Wheaton, of course, he's donating a race day experience for a meeting coming up there in Miranda as well, where the actual, you buy a ticket, you get 10% of the proceeds of the horse if it wins or whatever on the day, and it's a race day experience and everything that goes with being owned. So a good way to get owners in, but that was the story with this horse here, Lightning Sparkle. And it's the one I like, but this top one on debut is our favourite. And deserved time, we'll head up to Anthony. We'll see if this top one and favourite El Wasabi can win on debut.
Debut. Wild Annie about to take up her spot for her 4th start. Queen Step, we've seen 3 times here at Goulburn. She's run well each time. The way ahead, Rogue Hom. I thought it was trialled well at Canberra last Friday, Rogue Hom. Murphy trains this. Got very good improvement there last week at the trials. Okay, it's the last one to come forward, Rogue Hom. Field set for the RJ Sydney Craig Maiden. El Wasabi heavily backed here, black and red colours. Drawn in close. Jay Ford for David Pfeiffer. He's edgy. They're off. He came away very fast. El Wasabi was in the first 2 or 3 to begin. Lightly sparkled. Better than
I just hope that happens, baby.
Showing speed. Queen Step's going to lead here.
Run, baby.
800 metre point. Now El
To the linear, come on, run. There's no looking back. Come on, run.
Very wide. Followed by Wild Annie the way ahead, and Carlos is the last one. So Queen Step led, El Wasabi second on the point of the home turn. Lightly sparkled with the.
You gotta run. This is where you gotta do that thing and don't look back, baby. Come on, just run. Keep running. The way back. You have it. You have it, baby. You have it. Just don't die on the track, please. Go.
150 to go. Jockey had a look around the left shoulder. You're a mile in front here, Matty. And it's all Queen Step. It's going to bolt in. Queen Step,
baby.
5. Second went 2. El Wasabi and Rogue Hom's run 3rd. They were followed then by
4.
And then Carlos. Then came Lightly Sparkle. Further back in the field to Wild Annie. And Better Mega was one of the last.
Well, she does it today, Queen Step, for Ron Quinton and his fellow owner. She's by Sidestep out of Skane. The Barwee mare, Madeline Owen, has ridden this horse in all of its runs before today. That have been here 3 times to Goulburn for a second and a third, and today back to Goulburn again. It's able to win at $4.10, but she just never stopped today.
This guy is dangerous, yes.
So she's been able to win from El Wasabi, who I thought was really good on today.
Mario win. This is a jockey 4-1. 6 and 4168.
Yeah, 4, 1, 6, and 8. No, you rather said she had to find a little bit more. Well, she found a lot more then.
4168, baby.
I do think think she found as much pressure as I thought she might early, although they were obviously exhausted.
The one was good. It is not that the one was bad, but 4 definitely was in. 4, 1, 6, and 8. 6 came from gate number 11 with a drift. So see that 5, it failed from there. There's something wrong that happens. You know, I have gone, I can't tell you how deep I've gone with this mathematically, but I still don't have a reason why they fail from this position. That's the largest drift. The moment they are here, they fail. They have to be here at the bottom. When they are here, they will win. I mean, they will get the right position. But the moment they're here, they do what they do. So the 4 was a linear with all the physics. There's no reason that the 4 should lose. 1 was good and did get in there, but that's how it is supposed to be. Yeah, Duna. Brilliant. 5. This is the 5th one. We'll go to the next. 4 and 5 has been scratched. There's no 4, no 5. 3, 6, 1, and 10. Now we shot 3, 6, 1. Five. Okay, this is the fifth one. This is also a maiden. And if you look through the odds, it's 3, 6, 1, and 10. The 3 is the favorite, which is there. Then 1, then 6, 3, 6, 1, and 10. So 3, then 6, then 1, then 10. So again, we have a situation here. So it's a maiden. That's the linear. It's the linear, right? And that's the EW up there. Here is the other EW down there, 2. So 9 is a check. 2 is a check. These are the 2 EWs. 3 doesn't fit into any bill. I don't know where that 3 came from and how is that 3 favorite with that. It is like that. 6 is probably the best hand, but doesn't have the physics to win this. Now, if we look here, so the 9 has a lot of advantage. It's a lot of advantage. It's 30 by negative 30. It doesn't have this side. If we look through this, it will come down here. And then the 1 goes up, which is the linear. And here it is the second one. So 1, I don't know why 1 should lose. It's a 1500 meter. Why 1 should lose is what I don't understand. The other jockey has got the best jockey. The pressure is the right. That's the right pressure. Sorry. That's the best jockey. That's the right pressure. So that is something that we have. So why it is not going to win is what we need to figure out. And they are like tailing gates. They are tailing gates. Okay. Now about the 3, it has 4 races. It did not do anything in last 4 races. And it is the favorite right now. For what joy, I don't know. The 3 has 3 races. It did not do anything in last 3 races. But it definitely is an appreciated one. for whatever reasons. It has appreciation, it has depreciation, both. One is good. One is good with one of the best jockey, which is the linear. So that is that side of the story. Now, what might happen is my question. Where can we go wrong? That's the largest drift. 10. $43. 22, 23, 8 and 6. This is here. This doesn't fit any bill. It is actually here. This one is a neutral jock, so we will not even talk. This is a neutral jock. 10. These are the three best. This one is a neutral. These are here. One is here. This is the other good jockey with 20, 28, is 33. 24 by 3. Not happening. 20. This is. These two have the largest advantage, but if we look through this line, okay, so we'll delete that. That was a bad idea. That happened. I'm sorry, that happened because the 3 I lost it. I mean, that was, so the 3 is here. It's not the 2, it is the 3. It is here. It is here. It is 12. Then we have the drift here, and then finally this is the neutral one. So this one is an EW. Two. Not possible. This is not possible. I don't think it is possible from any angle. These 3 horses are within the box. 2, 4, 1, 11 and 10. Out of which 11 and 10, they have the same pressure. 11 is a little better, but 10 is competitive. This is a bad idea. This is good. 10, 7. That's okay. This is okay. This is also like that. So, and then we have all those other things. So, but that doesn't matter because this 9 is going to get there in some way or the other. The 9 is going to get there. Which position, I don't know, but that will eventually happen. So, I like the 1. Definitely, I like the 1. That's the linear. And that's the pressure, 1500 meter. Which gets where? Here. 11. Not happening. 3, 3, 10, 7, 28. This is 24 by 44. That's a problem because we have this one. And this is 24 by 3, which is from gate number 7, but that's a drift. 16:53, 8. Still like the one. Still like the one. Well, listen to what they have to say about the 9.
Meet the stablemates together. 3 legs to Hardly Grey on the outside of Dazzling Robert. Another pair of stablemates. And Irish Knight is 5 lengths away at the tail. Cab Sab pressed on and led with Rainbow Lass whipping up on the outside to tackle now. Personal Space third, Bondi Prophet fourth. Vito behind them needs an out from So You Think It's Over, and then Hardly Grey is again. They move away from the running rail and stretch across the track. Personal Space, Rainbow Lass in the centre. Bondi Prophet is deeper out. Hare Street coming right down the outside. Rainbow Lass past the 200 on the outside of Cab Sab. Deeper out is Hare Street, but it's Rainbow Lass and Cab Sab. Rainbow Lass, Cab Sab, the Lass. Rainbow Lass beat Cab Sab. Toto third. Hardly Grey and Vito. Then Dazzling Robert, followed by Fairy Road. So You Think It's Over. Hare Street out deep from Bondi Prophet. Well back Irish Knight, and Personal Space has come in near the back.
Took her a little while to win a maiden. She won a maiden here about 3 weeks ago. She goes bang. So he's got good cats. That run really, really good. That run already.
Tough race here, but cheering 9.
That
That 9 is the dark one, Tuna. We gotta listen to what they have to say about the 9, because the problem is the 1 is exposed. It's like a 500. It's a linear, but it's a 500. Anybody can chase it.
It's race 5 done and dusted. It's going to the Benny on Sunshine Coast. Race 1. Paul Joyce and Keon Dickens.
Welcome to racing from the Sunshine Coast. We are kicking off on a heavy 9 track with the rail out 9 metres. The first race is the cutest 2-year-old filly's maiden plate over the 1,000. The first horse to look at, Keon Dickens, is number 1, Be an Angel for Gillian Heinrich and Cody Collis.
She shot over 1,000 metres in the lead up to this. She was very slowly away out of the machines, and she got a little bit keen.
We'll be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
Got a little bit lost when she was let off the bit, but I don't mind how she closed late, so she's going to be a natural improver with time.
We've got 2 horses vying for favouritism. One of them is the number 2, Call to Courage for the Edmonton McLean Yard down on the Gold Coast. Andrew Mallion takes the rider. Daughter of Microphone, look good winning a trial at the Gold Coast.
Yes, she's had 2 trials in the lead up to this, and she's been able to show good tactical speed in both of those. I thought there was good improvement from trial 1 to trial 2, more so at the business end of things.
Number 3, Caramel Fudge Sunday for Liam Birchley and Monty Philpott. Monty will take the 2 kilos off. Daughter of Zeus Sane, double figure odds.
Yeah, it's just a bit of watch one of Liam Birchley's. He's very good with the 2-year-olds. She's had 3 trials since February, so perhaps she's been in and out. Her last 2 have been on rain-affected tracks, and she did look to get through them the best. She doesn't have a lot of range. She's not the most straightforward horse. I'm just going to leave her today.
Number 4 is the current favourite, Champagne Lane for Matty Hoysted and Nikita Berryman, coming off a trial win at Deegan on a heavy track. She's a beautiful big filly to have a look at. She's just having a few issues in here.
She has jacked up bad. She not in terms of how she's behaving. When I say she's jacked up, she won't move. So she's not going forwards, nor is she going backwards. She's just going side to side. It's not good. We need her to be moving forwards. Perhaps I need to get through, try and get through a bit of a trot when the jockey jumps aboard. I've got her on top. I thought her trial was amazing. She was a little bit hesitant at the start, then she travelled really, really well. She got through the heavy track on that occasion at Deegan. Very professional, apart from the beginning and apart from this parade.
A lot going on here today too for what we usually get at the Sunny Coast. Ladies Oaks Day is a massive crowd, there's music, it's all happening, and for her at her first race start, it's just all a little bit too much at the moment. Let's go down to number 8, Heart and Power, the Jason Edwards Yard and Dan McGilvray. She ran 2nd in her trial.
She sat up on speed. Now, she comes out of the same trial as a horse of McAvoy's that goes around favourite in the next, and they sort of went head and head. She came out under pressure a lot quicker, but there's a big gap to the 3rd horse.
All right, let's jump down to number 10, Toy Toy for Edmonds McLean. Jaden Lloyd to ride.
Led rather sat midfield in the 1,000-metre trial. Sort of didn't offer a lot when asked the question, but will be better for it.
And that leaves us with the 15, Pia Targa for Ryan Terrell and Mark Duplessis.
right down the page there. Nice little tight. It's outsped over the 1,000 metres, but close it off okay. Usually Ryan has these horses that do a lot wrong, and she particularly does, so she'll be an improver. And you couldn't mark her too hard on what she did wrong in the trial.
All right, nearly the first race ready to go here on Ladies Oaks Day at the Sunshine Coast. We've got a massive crowd on track. The music's pumping, and luckily the weather's just holding off at the moment. So a heavy night to get things started. We've had a well-back favourite here in number 4, Champagne Lane, into $1.60. They're about to jump. Milo Mail 4-2-8-1. On with Champagne Lane. Kian, what about you?
Yeah, I think she wins. I love what she did in her trial. A little bit hesitant at the start, but very professional apart from that. She's held it together nicely. But just being a little bit hesitant there in the mountain yard, but nice professional filly where a few of these others were doing quite a number of things
All right,
wrong,
I'm back.
in their trials, but they will be improvers under race condition. I thought the 10 was the danger for Edmonds and McLean. Put a little bit of money for that horse too. $26 into 17s now. Certainly the 2, and I had the 1, being 100 for Gillian Hunter. All right, Jared, what's going things today here at Ladies' Day at the Sunshine Coast? And upstairs there now.
Sunday who they chipped away at late. So we're just about right now. Peter Tager was one of the last to move up with Caramel Fudge Sunday. And we're close to a start here. Field of 7 for the first. Just coming through. Broadcast. Okay, thank you. Number 10, Toy Toy, undergoing a pre-race veterinary examination, just being trotted up there behind the gates. Been a bit fractured in the barrier. Rider still saddle being led back towards the barrier, so that's a positive lead for her connections. Toy Toy, number 10, currently a $17 chance on the 4th line. Now these final 2 will move up here, Tager, and so to come up Caramel Fudge Sunday. Tager just a little flighty as well. Attendants leading her back towards the gates. The fillies are just about set. As Caramel Fudge Sunday is going to be led forward. $1.60 here for the favourite, Champagne Lane. Another attempt with Peter Tager. He doesn't want to go forward at the moment. Again, circled around. So we're now pushing towards a couple of minutes past start time. The market has been pretty firm late. 160 for Champagne Lane, 360 for the Courage, and trimming another half point up there is Caramel Fudge Sunday. He's waiting patiently behind the gates. Again, Tager comes back into view, and she's in a real mood over there. They made a number of attempts here, and she hasn't come forward. St. Patience starting to wear thin over there, Peter Tager. Again, they try. Fudge Sunday now coming back towards the barrier, which suggests they may have been able to place Peter Tager away here. But now Caramel Fudge Sunday moves in, so we're ready to go. First of 8 on Ladies Oaks Day here at the Sunshine Coast. The red light blinks brightly. Champagne Lane, the favourite. Set. Gates open and they're racing, and she was last to begin, Champagne Lane. On the other hand, Call the Courage, the second favourite, has good speed to go forward with Be an Angel down low, probing up to keep that inside spot. A length and a half away then to Heart and Powerful and by Toy Toy getting to 4th. Wider Champagne Lane improving to 5th. A length then Peter Tager and 1.5 Caramel Fudge Sunday, who whips the field in. Up towards the turn of the 600 metres, and Be an Angel is the leader. Half a length in front to Call the Courage second. Toy Toy third, the rail, and then came Heart and Power from Champagne Lane, who's getting towards the outside with Peter Tager, and Caramel Fudge Sunday stays down to the fence. In the straight of the 400 metres now, Be an Angel in front.
Belgium goes to work on Call the Carriage, starting to wind up with Champagne Lane out wider, then Heart and Power from Caramel Fudge Sunday. A line across the track, but the favourite made the lead now. Champagne Lane, Call the Courage trying to respond with Toy coming through to the rail. Champagne Lane a little wayward, just wants to lay in, but still has a margin from Toy and Call the Courage, and Champagne Lane. The fake gets it done, 3/4 at Beep Home. Call the Courage or Toy, that's a photo. Then came Caramel Fudge Sunday, followed by Heart and Power, Be an Angel. And Peter Tager was the final one in.
Looks like it'll be 4, 2, 10 and 3 across the line. Champagne Lane, $1.70, $1.10. Mum's already thrown a Group 3 place horse, and she's got a nice filly here in Champagne Lane. 4, 2, 10, 3 across the line of the first one to get going. More racing on the other side.
The upcoming race will kick off our quaddie. The one here is Shoerex for this Goulburn Place Maiden handicap over 1,500. It is our favourite, but out to 280 from 210.
Yeah, she does look hard to beat for me, but she's had to 5 places from 6 starts. She's got good early speed. She does look a little bit one pace, but she keeps trying. This is the first time she finds herself in the country grade. She gets an extra 100 bends, which looks ideal.
2 here is Toss the Cave. It's had the 3 trial, first started by Highland Rule, trained by Paul and Mark Cave.
Yeah, he's steadily improved with each one as well. He's beat 2 lengths his most recent Bookmark synthetic trial. This looks a nice kick-off point.
The 6 is Still Rain. It is our favourite. 550 to 270, Waterhouse spot, Louis New Zealand right. Much improved run last time out.
Well, he's had his first preparation for the Waterhouse Spot stable too, and that was the first time at 1200 he produced a PB. He sat behind the leaders there at Kentwood and charged from the line once he got clear down the straight. Blinkers again and step out to 1500. Looks very helpful.
7 is amazing. Craig Carmody is representative here with Winona across to the right.
She's a good style, really. Just now. I thought she was really good first up on 38. She sat outside the leader in trying conditions and held the ground on third as an $81 chance. If she can repeat that, she's not out of this.
The 8 is Rocky Thinks So. It's a $26 chance after 1 length.
His second line, I think it's around all of the previous populations. It looked like he come back in the race quite quickly. His first up effort with over 1500, so he sat outside the leader and he just tired, beaten 5 lengths. He should fitter from that. I do think maybe he's better off a touch wider right.
A bit of support here for the 9 fair head. Alicia Collard rides at $10 from 14.
Oh, she got to line well first up after second midfield at Kevlar 1400. The extra 100 an easier race that suited.
The 10, Turning Circle for Brad Widdop and Zach Waddick is $7.50 chance, and been okay in a few starts this time round.
She has. She just a super maiden at Parks last time. She had the right run up speed and was beaten just under a length. Her form is a little bit mixed, but she seems to be a filly that's found quite a few excuses. So if everything goes her way here, she won't surprise.
The 11 is Hidden Mogul for Mark Chevalier and
France. She's racing quite well. She was placed at Peru in benchmark 52 starts ago, and then ran second at Mudgee in a 1400 metre maiden. So she is knocking on the door, but I think trying to slightly tricky race.
The 12 is Shooting Firm for Michelle Teal and Jeff Pensford. It's $34 chance, and they combined to win race 2 with Truth.
Yeah, much like Truth, she's on a 6-day backup off a run at Wagga on that heavy track. All her runs have been okay. I didn't think she's probably up to this, but does bring a lot of fitness.
Big odds about the 13 Amelia's Magic, $71.
Yeah, she's second up. She got outside the leader first up, which she was off the rider before the corner, beaten 15 lengths. She has run more ordinary races than good ones, but I do think she's capable of more than what she showed first up.
Triple figure odds about the 14 capital letters, Paul Murray and John Van Overmeer.
Well, she's been getting back and struggling to pick up over the shorter trips, but 1500 may help her.
And at $126 now is number 15, Suspicious Time.
It's at start 32 today with only 7 minor placings. He made up late round on the aftermarket start beating 6 lengths, but this is harder.
So these horses now are around at the barriers for our first leg of the quaddie. Our favourite's the top one here. Well, there's 2 actually, 2 favourites right in the market. She-Rex and also this one for Waterhouse Spot in Still Rain. So 2 minutes off the start, they're the main ones, and this also kicks off our quaddie.
It certainly does. I think both are similar. First leg here, I've gone short, just the 2 numbers, 1 and 6. Next leg, I've gone the 3 and 7. And I thought they got tougher as the day goes on. Third leg 7-3-4-2, and the last leg I've gone 1-3-9-6.
Okay, so 3 is no more the favorite.
Yeah, I like the 1 and 6 in the first two. I thought they'd be
6-1-7-9.
I thought the second leg was the hardest though. I've made the
6-1, 10-7.
2, 5, 4, and 18. And then I've gone 3, 2, 4, and 8, and then 2, 9, and 1. So that's the way I'm playing the quaddy today. I think the second leg's certainly the hardest. But here, not much between a couple up at the top. She went to the Mars stable, been racing okay, taking the benefit of 3 months back. It's at $3.10, but slightly shorter is the 6 inch steel range. So they're the main two they run. Then we go out to the 7, which is amazing. Second run in, $8 into 11, so a bit of support for it. And then the 10 turning circle is $8 for $9, and the 9 there as well. Fair head. One start back from the spell. It's 14s into 10s. So make sure you get your quaddies on. Our favourite is the 6. The 6 is the favourite. The stable has the favourite, the first who went under. Did ever run a place? Not ever run a place. The stable may beat a name of far set. It was beaten in the first mind over matter. So can they rectify the ledger here? It's still rain. It's 550 to 260. Draws out a little bit. 1,500 metres. We'll probably surge across and try and get across to the lead. Beautiful conditions for racing over this way today. Anthony Mountain, our caller, is also from G-Rex. I like Smith well. We'll head up to Anthony now for the call of race 5.
Next one to come forward is Amelia
9 coffee.
Tip then coming forward here for race number 5. First leg of the quaddy. Shooting Firm takes up its spot. Now the rider of Toss the Cater, Tilly McCarroll, came through the front of the gates there. Not sure what's happened, but she's okay. She's uninjured, but Tilly came through the bottom of the gates, out the front. So there might be an issue with number 2, Toss the Caber. I'll just stand by for further news. Okay, Kev, National Racing Service with us. Just said to our TV audience, number 2, Toss the Caber.
She-Rex is good. I've heard that name before.
I'm not sure if it's an issue. Tilly seems okay.
She-Rex is good.
Got its head down and Tilly rolled out the front of the gates. So it doesn't appear as though it's anything major or serious. She'll jump out the board, or we might need to vet it, perhaps. Yeah.
6 and 1.
So number 2, Toss the Caber, will be vetted. I'll get that officially. I'll get Stuart Mr. Jim Walsh.
6 and 1.
The 2, Toss the Caber, first starter.
Best of luck.
Thank you, Jim. You might have heard that through the
Chris.
microphone. Toss the Caber.
Jerry.
In the meantime, Amazing is loaded. Suspicious time still to come forward. Magic. So it looks like 2 to load, plus that horse to be vetted. 270 about the 6, Steel Rain. There's Magic about to come forward. First spot. Suspicious time. Take that, it's got similar colours to Fairhead. Fairhead in the brown and white checks, and Suspicious time in the black and white. But
I'm removing the pole because the pole was wrong. The 3 was favorite, but right now the favorite is 6. It's okay. Let it be.
Capital letters with similar colours as well. Yellow and purple colours, those 2 horses. Now, they still haven't got this horse out here, Toss the Caber. They're just backing him out slowly. Still half in the gates here, Toss.
That one, the way they have handicapped that horse 1 is that thing can be chased by anyone. Actually,
This is probably all due for him.
it's a 509. Why would they do that?
Timmy McCarroll comes back aboard. Might be Tilly's first day riding here at Goulburn. I don't remember seeing Tilly at Goulburn in the past, but I could be wrong. For a little trot down the back of his chute. The vet's having a look at this horse. I think they gave it the nod. It was okay to run. Picked her up, Becky Jim. So that horse picked her up. Was set to go. Goulburn Post Maiden, 1500. Favourite is Steel Rain. Green and blue colours. Blue Bozel and Fagay and Adrian. They're ready at the 1500 and they're off. And Steel Rain anticipated the start with Amazing. Hidden Mogul was away fast. Amelia's Magic in fourth position early. She-Rex in fifth. Shooting Firm sixth, trying to slot in, and then followed then by Turning Circle. It's just a little wide down the back straight from Fairhead, who's bit off the rails. And then came Capital Letters. They're followed by Ricky Thinks So. Toss the Caber is second, last and Suspicious Time written along as the last one. So Steel Rain past the 1,000, found to lead the favourite. Amazing's in second position. She-Rex on the back of the leader in third. Hidden Mogul fourth and Amelia's Magic fifth, and out there three wide. And turning
what are they doing?
line.
Come on.
On the rails in the check colours with the white cap being followed by Shooting Firm, Capital Letters, Rocky Thinks So.
Come on, baby.
Five away to toss the Caber and Suspicious Time still last. On the turn, 500 to go, and Steel Rain is left in front now. Amazing ran to second. Amelia's Magic third, hanging in there after a tough run. Then came She-Rex, and Fairhead's come up the inside from Hidden Mogul, Shooting Firm and Turning Circle. Steel Rain, 300 to go, came right out to the middle. Amelia's Magic still coming after a wide run. Then Turning Circles are Amazing. It's Steel Rain in front, 150 to go.
Come on, baby.
Amelia's
Where are
Magic
you?
second. Fairhead on the far side third. Steel Rain though, it's got the gain. Adrian Polish, it won't stop running, but Fairhead's coming at it right and got it.
Oops. What was that?
Top of Steel Rain, all over a winner.
9, baby. 9.
Capital Letters, Suspicious Time. Well, that was Toss the Caber. Hidden Moguls are Amazing. One more She-Rex have drifted in the betting, and it's really shocking.
Number 9, Fairhead at $11.70. It's been able to win it. It just ran straight past that
Nine.
run. Still Rain at a
6.
Geez, he battled on well for a roughie at $15.40. So
9.
9, 6, and 13. Start number 4 has been able to win the Matthew Smith Galloper race by Milburn Creek Thoroughbred Stud. And Alicia Collett getting up on the inside there, but just outmuscled the favourite runner out of it. So Paul Rowe will have a bit of a chat to Kayla after that good performance.
Yeah, it was a good performance, lightly raced, but she looks determined and keeps improving.
9, 6, 13, and 10.
She got stuck into it, didn't she? But she, look,
9, 6, 13, and 10.
Her first run is pleasing. She's maturing all the time, and look, probably didn't think we want to be in that part of the track, but she.
So what happened is, the thing is that 6 is a 23 by 14. This was a 24 by 44, and it's a maiden. The thing is, in the 1500 meters, generally 2 of the BBs, they get into the top 4. The two of the BBs will get on the top 4. This one was exposed, and it was not a BB. I liked it very much, but the way they have handicapped this, anybody can chase it. Anybody can chase it. So that's where it went wrong. It had to be in the figure of 300. It had to be in the figure of 300. This is 20, so plus 10 is like that. So it should have been about 300. If this was around 300, 350, 360, it would have been very difficult to beat this, but this was an intentional thing to do this. They were tailing, but this one was with way more advantage. This is like, it doesn't need the rails. This guy doesn't need the rails. The EW can be anywhere. They will chase. On the contrary, these guys, when they are within the rails, they work very differently. So I had no trust on them. I could not find much confidence on this one. The 6 is here, which doesn't have the physics. So my best was this one. Though it had 3 races, did nothing, but today it won. We'll go to the next. One, 9, 10, 16, 17, 18. All scratched. 3, 4, 7, 8. Stupid Ziza. That's I like the linears. I always try to go with the linears, and I try to look for a reason why the linear is not going to win. But when the linear is like anything above 400, then I am like stuck. Then I start having delusions. I don't know what to do. Yeah, 13 was like that. 13 was like that, but 13 was tried and tested here. It had the muscle memory. And the jockey was good. The jockey actually played the role. Red carpet for Busa. Bucephalus is in a very, very dire state, Tuna. It's not able to take the pressure. It is YouTube has a quota, for the API. They have a quota for pushing data, and when we push data like the media, when you type boom and that thing happens, or whenever we're playing any other sources, it is pushing a lot of media and it is getting timed out. Why? Because YouTube is not giving me enough quota on this. So I'm trying to figure out an alternative for Bucephalus, because it's a fantastic software, but the problem is it is not meant for the kind of thing that we do. And it is not, it's not able to deliver. We like those graphics to come in, but the moment you press boom and that graphics will show up, it'll eat up the quota that YouTube has allotted, and then it'll work for a while and then it'll not work. So I'm kind of trying to figure out how to solve that. I haven't been able to solve it yet. 49. All right, this is the 6th one here. If we look through the odds, it's 3, 4, 7, and 8. The 3 is the favorite, which is adrift. And we have no clue about the jock. The jock has never raced here at Goulburn. That's something that I can make out. We'll see who's riding 6. I'm sorry, 3. Jay Baker. Who is Jay Baker now? What else did he write today? Shit. Anyway, so that's more or less the fact of the story. Is this gentleman has never been here. I did make a few rectification here and there today in the morning, looking at because I was not getting a lot of jockeys who have not raced here, so I ran them through a different program. This one I did not get a time, so this was the last few races where I did not get the time to run this through. But you know, that jockey is an issue, so that's one of the things. But if you look at the horse, that's the largest drift. That's the second position in any way. That's the second horse. Now the question is, who's going to be the first one? I mean, we know this is good. This is generally, this is what happens. We also know when he is stopped here, this is where he also defaults. So what we need to do is we need to figure out someone who's capable of doing this. And this one is a 4-figure. The 7 is a 4-figure that can be chased by anyone from gate number 7. They tail each other. This is there, but it lacks this side of the rail, so definitely it has issues with the physics. That will not work. I mean, that generally doesn't. The best jockey is here on this guy, which is 4, coming from probably gate number 17. Four, 6. Gate number 18. So that gate number has changed, but now it's from gate number 18. 4 is from gate number 18. But it's just a change of one gate because they had scratching, so this thing has been moved one gate. That has made impact, definitely. So again, the thing is, this thing can be chased by anyone, right? So if we look for something that might work, it's a 1400 meter, so our best chances are with the BDs, that's for sure. That's where the game plays generally. 2 of these will come into top 4, that is for sure. That generally happens. 2 of these will come on top 4, and we've got these 2 with advantage. They will not be a queen. There's no queen happening. There's something else that will get in, either a drift like this one will get in, or the linear will get in. There's another one here, which is the largest linear, which is the largest inner drift, which is here. But that's more or less this story is. Now the question is, what do we do with this? That's 3 from gate number 6, and this is from gate number 10. If we look for the support on this one, that would be 9 and 11. 9 is this one, 5, which is well within the rails. So there's a support on this. It's not that it doesn't have support, it's got support here. So the support basically is the pack. Horses, it's very difficult for horses to run on their own. They're the war horses, they're trained differently. But when racing horses are there, they don't even realize they're racing unless there's another horse. That's why, you know, when there is a race with 2, 3 horses, 4 horses, things will obviously go wrong because they don't realize that they're racing. So they need to have a companion to pack with. And the companion needs to have some strength to give him the support for the pack. Whether that wins or not, that's a different thing. But our best chances are to have someone who's going to give the support to this one, and they will run together, gallop together. So we've got this guy who's well within the rails, which is gate number 9. Is gate number 10. So they can gallop together. So that's this stuff. This one is 7. It's doesn't have the physics, so that will not work. This one is a tricky one, so I don't know if that 3 is in a position to win, honestly, because it's a 23 by 11, and then we have a 28 by -20. So the advantage works. Here it was a 30 by -30, and it just ruined everything for everyone. We luckily added in coffee. So yeah, so this one is, again, it doesn't need the rails. This one doesn't need the rails. Even they do not need the rails. But when these guys are within the rails, that's where they fail. And that's something which is, we've been witnessing that. So the jockey here is like that, and that's the jockey pressure. We get it here, 11. So that is a horse which is 19 by 3. It's got the jockey here. These two are the highest pressure lines from the drift line. And here we have these two from the linear line. So obviously this is going to be having a lot of pressure on this horse because that's the linear. Then we have 4, which is coming from gate number 17, where we have also a linear. The best jockeys are here. Then we also have 2, which is from gate number 13. This one has been to a league race now, and there's nothing on this. So 7, 6 is here, and that's the 14. 10. So there is the 14 which comes up. 13. The other one is here, which is no match, probably 8 races. Why not? Maybe. I like the 14. We'll listen to what they have to say about the 14. That is something, has the advantage. We've just seen what happened here on a maiden race. This is a benchmark 58, same distance, 1400 meter. The intuition is about this BB. This is a good horse. One of the best, not one of the best, actually the best, I think. And that is where it stands. When it goes through the rail, it comes to the second because it has been given some kind of advantage. So that'll work. 3 minus 3 minus 1. That's pretty much it. Jerry, thank you so much for doing that, Jerry. Thank you so much for doing that. We'll see what they have to speak about that 14.
The leaders had their chance there. This track might be playing a lot to the outside now, so punters maybe looking for horses to get to the outside and come down that outside fence now.
Yeah, they started to use all that track, didn't they? So we'll put those numbers up. I think you'll find those 10, 6, 3, 1 across the line. Let's go to the Downey race 2 of the Sunshine Coast with Paul Joyce and Keon Dickens.
Oh, welcome back to the Sunny Coast. Runners are in the yard for the second. Acutus, 2-year-old Colts and Geldings made played over 1,000.
8 5 10 trifecta. Bendigo. Brilliant.
Gray, Gillian Heinrich and Cody Collins replaces Jake Bayless.
Thank you, Keane. He ran 6th in his most recent trial. He's had 3 trials all up, and I haven't seen enough yet.
Bedbridge is the 3. Resumes stay. Olivia Kendall for Bo Gorman with the winkers on.
Did run 5th to Sunrays on debut, which was good form. A recent trial at Bow Desert. There was no vision, so I'm not 100% sure what to do with him.
Okay, Kelly Schweida has the 4 First Empire. Trying to get a good look at him, Michael. What I like what he did at the trials. It wasn't a slick time, but I like the style he did it in.
Exactly, exact same comments I had. We've got to watch the betting movements. They were trying to keep plenty up the sleeve. They've done that. What do you make him as a type?
He's got maturity to come physically.
Okay.
Okay, Jaggery is the 6th ridden by Jag Gutman Chester, Liam Birchley.
Yes, he's had 5 starts for 3 placings. Most recently, they rode him off pace at Eagle Farm. I think they're trying to add another string to his bow. He was limited up on speed. Today, from that draw, they'll probably have to go back.
Yeah, look at the form around him. Sunrays and Shaggy. That is good form. Kimberly Locks, the 7th, Dale Smith for Still Right.
Haven't seen this horse trial publicly, so we're going to have a look at the market. At this stage, big odds.
King Country is the 8th, Nikita Berman. Oh, no, that's scratch, rather. That's fine. No, say, we don't have a new-long horse. Is the Prumac, beautiful type, Kenji Yoshida for Ron McRae.
It's a really good debut run at Gatton over the 860. The bigger track will suit, natural improvement will suit. He can run a race at odds.
Windsor Road is ridden by Michael Hillier. Paul Butterworth and the Blinkers are on for his debut.
Been a long way in his recent barrier trial. We'll pass on him.
Vera Ho is the 13 KWT for Stewie Hendrick.
Very good run on the poly track here last start. Was beat by a really good one, I think, in Bourbon County. They gapped the rest of them. He's a player.
He gave him a bit of a scare, didn't he? Okay, on Follis, the 14, CJ Graham, Kelly Schreeder. He resumes the gelding.
Yes, trolled up really nicely at Doomben. Ran time, and I'm keen to see what he can do first up as a gelding. I reckon he can nearly topple the favourite here.
Pride of Nashville is the 15, Luke Tarrant for Barry Gill.
One of the roughies, pass.
And we round up with Press Star. This is our favourite, the 16, Ryan Maloney for the McAvoy stable, blinkers and crossover off.
I think this bloke is the class runner of the day. Loved his trial with a Doomben coming into this. The time might have been as fast, but the manner of it was what impressed me. And I think he's thoughts to beat here.
All right, 16 is the $2.25 favourite after hitting a high of 260. Joycey will get you late mail.
I'm with the favourite, number 16, Pre-Star, 16, 14, 13 and 4. Really like that trial. I think he's won a jump out since. Should get a lovely run from the draw. Just got to handle a wet track. Number 14 on Farlos. Back at
heard of this jump out.
Gelding.
Came back on, that's all.
Well, you should have come with me when I picked up lunch. I bumped into someone who knows a little bit about what's going on. On Farlos has trialled up really well as a gelding. Certainly the danger. Barrajow. But Stewie Kendrick was really good here on the poly. Just got to do that on the turf today. And First Empire, Kelly Sweeter's other runner, has been easy in the market, but trialled well. 16, 14, 13, 4.
Yeah, I played the 14. He comes out of a trial on the same day. They ran nice time. I like the style he did it in. Look, sometimes I rather the 2-year-olds to get let off a bit and see what they've got to offer. But look, he did it all nicely. He was balanced. I like the fact that he's back at gelding. There's a little bit to suggest that he can handle this going as well. I thought the 4 was a danger, First Empire. Physically, I think he probably needs a little bit of time, but there is talent there. Most certainly Jaggery. That was a good effort with the rail out resuming. And then I had, of course, your favourite in the 16 is Jared.
Sean
Ready
2.
now. Set.
Suncoast.
To run the line, please. Red Star, the favourite. Bright Pink Silks. Gates open and they're off now, and Pre-Star was one of the better ones away with Verijo, and also Bentbridge driving forward. Camuralong not far away with Pride of Nashville, and then Omphalos, who's down to the rail and moving through to be about fifth. Jaggery was next, also improving, and then came Crew Mac from Atlantic Coast, who's third last. Next then came First Empire and 4 off Windsor Road last of all. It's the favourite Pre-Star who made the lead, 3/4 of a length in front of Verijo second. Nashville moves to third, then came Omphalos on the inside of Jaggery. Then came further back in the field, Bentbridge, followed well back by Crew Mac Atlantic Coast, with also First Empire. Kimura back towards second last now at Windsor Road last of all. Maloney still nursing Pre-Star. He's got a kick there. He's a length in front, and Jaggery is trying hard. Verijo looks beaten behind them, and then came Atlantic Coast from Bentbridge. It's Pre-Star down to the 150. 2 lengths in front now. Jaggery holding second, and then came Verijo, and Pre-Star's too good for them here. Sent to the line and wins it well. Pre-Star by 3.5 beat Jaggery.
6,
I think First Empire on the outside, got a grab third from Atlantic Coast, and then Verijo and Crew Mac. A gap away in the field to Omphalos from Bentbridge, and then came Kimura on Pride of Nashville and Windsor Road last of all.
All right, 16 beats 6 Jaggery, who was the only challenger. Every other 2-year-old had been felt
16.
for this guy, but it was all in vain. He done all the damage up on front. He got out of that kickback. He's given a really nice kick off of what was a nice high cruising speed too. So it's quite a classy win in the end. It's 16-6-4-2 across the line.
16-6-4-2, got it. Brilliant.
1:05.3. That's not bad on a deteriorating heavy on track. So he's done well there, Pre-Star. Thought he might be the class conveyance of the day. He certainly showed that under race conditions, and he's won that by a good space. But to see horses making ground wide out too late, number 4 will get up and grab third. That was First Empire just ahead of Atlantic Coast. So there are your numbers, 16, 6, 4 and 2. Favourite punters, they're 2 from 2 here at the Sunny Coast on Ladies Oaks Day.
Abernathy Gorse solicitors, a benchmark 58, 1400 metres. Number 2 here, Lethal Lady, Glen Carl Norm Gardner, $16 hope.
Yeah, she looks well, and she's holding her condition really well for a mare that tries hard deep into her prep. She's racing really well. She's a back marker. I think she's really working towards another win. Last start, the Sapphire Coast, she was excellent late beating half a length.
Our favourite is the 3 Hell of a Fox.
2 came in 4th.
Promising horse, Luke Pepper and Jack Baker with a big assignment on our $2.50 favourite in from $4.
That track is a little tricky, Jerry. That track, Sunshine Coast, they generally do not have the best of the stocks.
She showed a terrific turn of foot. I think getting out to the 1400 is a positive.
The 4 Catastrophe are racing so consistently. Forget its last run. Matt Kelly, Holly Durnan, a $5 chance and in the market.
Yeah, and he's been freshened off that. He obviously did it a bit tough from an awkward draw and a heavy 8 in the Hawkesbury Highway there, but I think he battled away okay. It's also never is far away and has the speed to roll forward.
5 is Tay Tay Bay resumes today. It's had 2 wins on the soft and 1 here at the track. At first up, place 2 of 3. Now, it has run from 1300 to 1600, so a good starting point here for the John Nisbet Galloper.
That horse has the best physics. The 5 has the best physics. It's the only one which is within the rails. But it's getting tailed.
Very well, and we'll obviously get out of it a bit further, but first up 1400 is a good setup.
Well, the 6 Goulburn, who does like a bit of distance, it got up to 2200 metres there last start. It resumes today for Pat Murphy, Sean Gone. I like him going forward. I just don't know about today, but later on.
Yeah, I agree completely. He's first up off that 12-month spell. He was very honest from the mile to the 2,000 metres, and his 2 trials certainly seem fit for this, but as you mentioned, this is a kick-off point.
His Midnight Luna, the 7, was really good winning first up from the stable, the Rob Potter Yard, Olivia Dalton rides. A lot to like about this horse. It's in $5 from 10.
Yeah, I agree. I thought she was the main danger to the favourite. She returned in excellent order, aided by an excellent ride from Liv Dalton.
7, that's the linear, but it's a 4-figure linear.
She could turn a foot to win there. She draws for the right one here, and she looks a great chance.
Another of the last start winners is the 8 in the nick of time, Brady Lloyd for Todd Smart, out of $14 though.
Yeah, he was good, and he's just the best horse in that race at Queanbeyan breaking through. He's still doing a fair bit wrong, wanting to hang out and prove a bit difficult to ride. And I just think getting out to a bigger track in a tougher race, he could bring himself undone.
Horse number 11 is Special Profit, Marie Hopkins and Wendy Poole, third start in this time round.
Yeah, he's a little bit one pace, but he's been trying hard to
That
find the line.
horse is very scared.
Bathurst to Wellington, he'll get his chance here.
12 inch Kenyan Charm draws nicely. The second of the Nisbet Gallopers, $26.
So she's racing well and slightly easier. She's beaten 5 lengths in a class run, sorry, on the synthetic last start. I think she's ready for the 1400 at this stage. She just needs the race to run to suit.
I give the 13 a good hope here. I'll put it in the second, Prince Pumper. I'm just going back to that run at Wagga where it ran 4 Taylor. As we mentioned a few times today, the second horse is won, the third horse is won. So forget its last run and go off that.
I agree. The last start run was on the Acton. I actually had him on top that day. I expected more of him, but you can certainly forgive a horse for putting in a poor performance on the Acton track. I really like the weak back up and getting out to the 1400 because he can be a bit hard going, and I think that'll knock the edge off him.
The 14 is Upper Rate, Tegan Martin, Gary Kirkup, out to $41.
I queried her at the 1400 last start. I didn't think that's really what she wanted, but she proved me wrong. Finding the line well to finish on the heels of Lethal Lady, so she could go on with that.
And some support for the 15 GA score for Mick Stevens and Winona cost an end of $12 from 19.
He's a very tough on-speed galloper. He's beaten 2.5 parks last start. He races particularly well here. Despite not getting a win at Goulburn, he's had the 3 starts for 2 minor placings. I'd never dismiss him, but I did think
I'm out. It's getting tailed. I don't have anything else. I like the 5.
5 minutes of betting time.
But
remaining.
both of them are getting tailed.
$2.90. Kateshi, $4.80 out to $5.
Out.
Midnight Luna, it's the one that's trimmed up. $10 into $5 and $4.60, $4.20. So I would go for Rick Taylor, and it's got to be right there at the rate of.
That 5 is the only one which has both sides of the rails. It's got the physics, but it is getting tailed. 14 is here with that advantage, but it is also getting tailed. So then it becomes anything. And the 3 is the favorite. I don't know that jockey has never raced here, so I will not go with it. Missed the show, yes.
Well, the new face in this region is Jack Baker, but he has plenty of experience on his side. He's apprentice now to Luke Pepper, of course, and he'll ride our favourite in the next race. Very much informed galloper and hell of a fox. Exciting for you, a good opportunity at your first ride in the area.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity. Very grateful Luke and the owners put me on in my first ride down here. Her last 2 wins have been really impressive, and she knew the same as last start. Should be pretty hard to beat here today.
Telling me before we started talking that you haven't even ridden her in track work or something, so you're flying a little bit blind as well, but the form's there and you would have watched plenty of on the TV.
Yeah, I watched all the replays, just doing Luke and beforehand. Yeah, I haven't sat on a track work actually, but I went around with her and galloped with her, and she worked nice the other day. Yeah, so pretty happy with her.
The move down here, what sort of prompted that?
Oh, Luke sort of just called me up and said, "You're looking for a move." Sort of been just struggling a little bit where I was, and yeah, I'm liking it since I've been down here.
Yeah, well, this is a really good opportunity for you. We wish you well and you stay down here with the Pepper stable. Hopefully plenty of opportunities come your way and you can get this favoured runner home in the next.
Yeah, well, thank you very much.
Nice bloke, Jack, that obviously hasn't been here long, but wishing all the best here with our favourite who is on the drift. I'm still with her. I agree with you, Graham. I've made her my only best bet of the day. I think she's flying. I think she's showing a very sharp turn of foot. I think she's well placed here again with the claim. As I said, I know her 2 wins have been at the 1200, but I actually prefer her getting back out to the
Yes, that's the only one which has the physics, Jerry.
She's
That's the only one which has the physics, the 5, but it's getting tailed. It's a 4-year-old gilding. Not worth the risk.
Under 3 minutes off a start is our favourite hell of a fox. Come down to the Luke Pepper stable. Good opportunity for Jack Baker. He certainly found himself on the
Not worth the risk.
Stable, apart from the Bjorn Baker stable over the last 3 months or so. So Jack will ride our favourite at $3.30 in from $4, ahead of the 7, which is Midnight Luna. I love this parade. It's even come in more now, punters. It's $10 into $3.80. So this is a really good game for the Rob Potter Gallop. It was so impressive there winning it its first run back. Olivia Dalton rides. The 4 is the other one here, Katashi. It's been steady all the way through. Hasn't really bucked. $4.85.
All these people who does the, the commentary, there's only one gentleman from Randwick who actually talks about the pressure and the handicapping. Rest everybody, they just talk about the money. There's only one gentleman from Randwick I know who talks about the handicapping, the pressure, the placings.
Second, true one for Michelle Field. Great to see, and Jeff Benson at $17. Miss Backchap won the third at $5.50. Crier Keatings at Gary Portelli. Race 4 was Quain Step at $3.70, and it's been our Children's Prize winner. And we had a few favourites today that have gone under. So a minute 35 off the start. These runners starting to load up as Tay Bay takes its place in the starting gates. Mentioned a couple of times, we've got a quiet weekend, but then we've got racing at Corowa on Monday for the second time in only a week or so. Got to be there at Corowa on Monday as well. And then I know Wagga races next Thursday as well, after their highly successful Wagga Cup Carnival. Can you believe that was a month ago, Carl?
Four has one of the best jockeys, but it is coming from gate number 17, 18 on a 1400 meter.
Midnight Luna, very well supported here, but Bellaba Fox cannot make it 3 in a row this campaign.
We'll see what happens because
soon, no, we'll have Anthony.
Time and Bellaba Fox still out of the gates.
13.
It's Prince Papa coming up. Prince Papa is loaded.
3 is good, but I don't know about the jock. The jock is
Big go here for the 7 Midnight
an
Luna.
apprentice jock. They're talking about
From Canberra, Olivia Dalton down to right. This is
him.
off the map. Number 7 Midnight Luna, 370 at the death. It'll never start favourite the way the money's pouring in for it. About 3 or 4 to load, including Midnight Luna in the nick of time. Kataishi. And Canberra horses to come up in the nick of time. He got it all right there at Queanbeyan last start. He had a bad habit of hanging his first few runs, but he got it right last start in the nick of time. He was too good for them. Midnight Luna is loaded. The last one will be Kataishi. They'll be set to go for the 58. The Abernethy Gore Solicitors Country Boosted 58. Bellaba Fox favourite in front of Midnight Luna. Well back to beat it. Bellaba Fox in a white jacket. Lime green.
Juno is on 6.
Set to go.
Let's go 6.
Ready.
Run.
Bellaba Fox missed the start, came out second last with Prince Papa and Lethal Lady, who was clearly last. Geo Storm on the other hand, he's very reliable. Straight to the front, Kataishi into second position. Special Profit third, Kenyan Charm fourth in the nick of time, rolling forward around Apparate. And then came Midnight Luna, who settles down midfield on the outside of Goulburn. And then came Tay Bay, who's on the 3 wide line from Prince Papa, Bellaba Fox, and Lethal Lady as the last.
How can you look at the numbers if the numbers are like that?
Kataishi going a bit keen, second, 800 metres left to go, and Geo Storm took a trail, leaders back in third. Then Apparate doing it tough out there, 3 wide, shouldn't matter today, however. It's around Kenyan Bay, and then came
4.
Profit, Midnight Luna. This well back runner getting a good
That is
run.
8.
Be able to blend into the race at the right time from there. Tay Bay's got its back from
8 is running.
The Fox a long way back. Goulburn staying close to the inside. Lethal Lady got on the heels, one of the last. Up the top of the straight, in the nick of time, slipped up the inside, ran to the front with Kataishi, and running on was Apparate. Midnight Luna back in behind those. Wide around Bellaba Fox, the deepest runner. Apparate, Kataishi, Midnight Luna, Prince Papa, Bellaba Fox down the outside. Midnight Luna on the far side, Prince Papa and Bellaba Fox. They found the fast lane. Bellaba Fox. The Fox too good for Midnight Luna, Prince Papa.
3, I think.
Tay Bay, Lethal Lady, Kataishi. They were
3.
followed then by Apparate.
3 win.
And then came Special Profit Goulburn. Well back in the field was Kenyan Charm, Geo Storm. Gee, give me a nick of time, stop like it was.
Who came in third, we'll see.
The front of the top of the straights come in last.
What a performance by our favourite runner, and the connections are very, very happy. And why wouldn't they be? It's been able to win 3 in a row this campaign, paid
3, 13, 7.
For the young man on top, Jack Baker, give him a really good start in his stint with the Luke Pepper stable. That was some win. Very promising horse on the way through. And
7 came in third, I think.
Big syndicate of other owners as well. You've got a handy horse action by
Big one, big
for
one.
a short period of time.
Jerry, that is big. 3, 7, 13. 3, 7, 13.
7 looks like it has run second, Midnight Luna.
3, 7, 13.
Down the outside as well. It's the 13 there, Prince Papa. 3, 7, 13 and the 4. 3, 7, 13 and 4. Good effort, strong horse.
3, 7, 13 and 4.
Luke Pepper, and he'll be pretty happy, Carla.
Stoked. She's flying. What a good pickup she's been for your stable.
Yeah, look, I'm just wrapped for the kid. He's travelled a long way down here to come to our stable, and first ride, or second ride for me.
Right, this is what happened. It was touching the roof, but we did not know this side, so probably that happened. 14 was getting tailed, so I stepped out. There's no, but 13 got through. The other one, which was here, was the 13, which got through. 3, 13, and then 7. No, 3, 7. The linear got through, obviously, because this was getting tailed. So 3, 7, and then 13, and then 4 from that white gate. 7. 31 is here. 3, 7, 13. So both of these horses were getting tailed. 5 and 14, both were. This was good physics on this horse, but they were getting tailed. So there's nothing that can happen. Three was good. 3 was good. And that Jockey is also very good. I had doubts, but 1, 5, 6, 13 all scratched. Three, 4, 8, 7. That happens, Jerry. That happens. You know, but it's great that you have the box. It's great that you have the box, and you know that basically is fabulous. That's the you know, that's a huge benefit being in US. Because you get to use the box, though it is very expensive, but it is probably the safest. If you have the if you have the right numbers, if you know the right numbers, then box is the safest. But we don't have boxes here, and we hope that someday we get it. Three, 4, 8, 7. This is the seventh one. It's a benchmark 58, 1600 meter. If you look through the odds, it's 3, 4, 8, and 7. That 3 is the favorite, right? If you look through the rail, that 3 goes right on top. Within the rails, got the physics. That is there. It's one of the spell horses with very big advantage that is happening. So there's no pressure on this race. If we look through the jockey pressure, then it is here, which is not a -1, 34, 34, 43, 3, 45. Then the largest one is here, which is this one, and this one is again number 4. I don't know who's riding number 4. Let's see who's riding number 4. Is it the same gentleman? No, it's another jockey with allowance. So that's what it is. But this is the largest drift. We know this is the largest drift. It is capable of getting into a place. That's what we know. And it is rightly placed here, which is a safe zone, because when they're here, that is where they default. So this is a good one. This is a good place to be, apart from the fact that we have no clue about their ownership, we have no clue about the jockey, we have no clue about what they are. So that's that. So 4 is okay. Now the 3 is through the roof. That is also okay. Then the other one which has got physics is this one, which is a neutral. Which is a neutral. So, and the best jockey is here. With 11. Okay. That's one of the highest spell horses with the highest advantage. 3, 16, 11. Right, it stands here. It doesn't have this side of the rail, though it lacks physics, but this thing doesn't need physics. This thing is an EW, which is capable of delivering from any position for that matter. Sorry. The other one is here, which is this guy, which is the linear, right? This is the linear. This is something that is going to be interesting to see, because this is the first time I've seen the linear with some advantage. This is a 564. None of the linears I don't remember when was the last time I've seen anything like this, but this time this linear has been given advantage. Linear is always on pressure, but this one has been given advantage. So that's that side of the story. Why it has been given advantage, I don't know, but it comes from gate number 14. This one comes from gate number 13, so they're tailing. So I don't know whether it generally is not able to deliver from here when it has pressure. But right now that's a linear, and that has been given the highest advantage. That's the highest advantage, -13. So that 9 is a check. It generally is not possible for this guy to deliver from here. It doesn't get there. But that is a situation when you have pressure here. But here it is not pressure, it is advantage. And then we have this guy, which is an EW. Who is here. So this is also a neutral. 1. We'll listen to what they have to say about 11 and 9. Both. 3 is the favorite. It has the roof. I mean, the rails, and it's touching the roof. It's like a lot of arrangement. It's good. This is one of the best horses. There's advantage on this horse. There's no doubt that is there. It's a BB, which is also very good. And but here, this is an exceptional situation because I have not seen that. Here, this was a linear. You see, this is a pressure line. Here, this was a linear. You see, that's a pressure line. If this was a linear, you see, that's a pressure line. This was a linear, that's a pressure line. This is not only here. I have never seen it in any of the tracks lately, or I don't remember when. If I had seen anything like this, I'd remember. But this is the first time I see something like this. I generally say this is not possible for this guy to deliver. Why? Because there's a pressure and he is here. That's the thing. But right now this guy has been given advantage, and not only advantage, that's the highest advantage on 9, which is a linear. A linear with an advantage is something that I've not seen. A linear is always on a pressure line. So yeah, that's 4. That's 4% on this 28, and that's about 13% on here on 9. They are tailing gates, so definitely, if this guy has advantage, this guy has more advantage. If this is a good horse, this is definitely a good horse as well. So we know that 3 is there. We need to listen to what they speak about 11 and 9. If we get a clearance on any of these horses, see, with 13, if we look at, there's firstly no pressure. There is no pressure on any of the horses. There's no pressure. They kind of are, this is going to be a stroll in the park or kind of something like that. So it's going to be a lazy race because the jockeys are not under pressure. The horses are not under pressure. God knows how this thing is going to play, but we'll see. The 3 is the favorite. It is within the rails. It's got the physics. The 7 has got the physics. It's a neutral. 11 doesn't have the physics, but it's lower than this one, which is an EW with an advantage. If this is 28 by 4, this is 27 by -10. So that puts it in a zone where this can actually do a lot of destruction, especially from gate number 1. It doesn't have the physics, but it doesn't need this side of the rails. This can deliver from anywhere. The other one is 9. This generally cannot deliver from this place, but today there's an arrangement on this horse. So this is exceptional. I've never seen this. And we'll see how and what they talk about these two horses. We'll try to take a call.
Certainly one of the main chances. Number 1, Bit of Grunt for the Jack Duncan Yard Cody Collis rides. No luck at all first up on the poly.
Yeah, he returned without trials too. Box seated, he was held up as you said, and he looked to have a little bit to offer. I think it's the only
I guess I marked him down for what was he probably went a little bit further than the 1200 now, but he is popping a heavy 10 track, so it sort of it offsets it, it evens out in the universe.
Number 2, Twilight Steps, is big odds, I think, for Johnny Johnson and Rob Thorburn, who takes 2 kilos off.
She's another with a distance query. She's coming back to the 1200, which was a little bit of a notch. She's very good later of the 1400 at Gatton. She has been pressured to offset that a little.
Number 6, Rocketto for Billy Healy and CJ Graham, sent to Rockhampton on debut, started favourite, round 4th.
Look, I actually think this horse should have won first up. I think they waited a little too long on that straight. It can be a little bit deceptive. Then when they eventually went to make the run, struggled to find one, next minute the race was all over, and he ran on through the line great.
Number 7, Tell No Gossip for Peter Oval and Bailey Wheeler is our favourite.
Well, I'm not tipping him on top after the scratchings came out because I think my top 3 was scratched. He has been nice at the trials.
Okay, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I have a problem with the eyesight. This is this is exactly not the linear. The linear is always negative, like this one. This is not a linear. This race is not handicapped. This race is not handicapped. There are ones with advantage or disadvantage. This one is a neutral, so that's a bad stuff. With you know, so this race is actually not handicapped. There are horses with advantages and less advantages. So that's what it is all about. This one is not a linear. That's what I was thinking. How is this possible that you give this one? This is basically, if there was a linear, this one would have been a linear. If there was a linear, this thing would have been a linear. That's what the thing is. Suncoast.
Tell No Gossip on top. A little bit of wet track form with him. He's been placed here on a heavy
Okay.
9. He's got the good draw.
We'll cheer for you,
Controlled up well, so
Jerry.
we'll go with him. 1, 2, 6, bit of grunt. Twilight Steps is overs, and 6 Raquetto didn't have a lot of luck on debut. Yeah, 7, 1, 2, 6 for me.
I'm going to play No Gossip, tell No Gossip rather. I like what he did on debut. That was a heavy 9 service. He's been a work in progress. We could see his mannerisms. Well, not only just in the mounting, I was on the track. He really turned it on, and despite his best efforts, unfortunately, he has to race. But that's just him. I like what he's done at the trials. He looks to have a beautiful physique that's quite athletic, and hopefully that gets him through these tracks. So Tell No Gossip on top for mine, and I thought the 1 was a danger, bit of grunt. Certainly respecting that money there for the Dolphins. So here's Jared.
You're well back. So 2, number 1, bit of grunt. Red lights on race 3. Set at the Sunshine Coast. Ready to go. Gates open and they're off now. And the last one to begin was Tell No Gossip. Scott Bill Spooner just jumped a little awkwardly, but goes through on the rail now to join the lead, with My Mishka out deeper, working up to second. Bit of grunts behind him, about 2 lengths away in third, and then came Tell No Gossip, who's poking through on the rail to fourth. 3 further back, Raquetto and a similar margin. Twilight Steps, who's last of all. Towards the side now with 800 metres left to go, and Scott Bill Scooter from barrier 1 holds the lead and has it by a length and a quarter to My Mishka in second. Tell No Gossip goes to third on the inside of Bit of Grunt. 2 lengths away, Raquetto, and Twilight Steps whips the field in. Up towards the turn now, just on 500 metres left to go. And Scottville Scooter only ahead in front now to My Mishka. It's getting closer. Coming up 3 wide, then was Bit of Grunt. Tell No Gossip under the pump behind them, trying to lift. And they were followed further out by Raquetto, and then came Twilight Steps. It's 5 Mishka down towards the 300. Bit of Grunts on terms now and is joining in, and then Scottville Scooter. Raquetto heads the rest, and then came Tell No Gossip and Twilight Steps. Getting little lead now, Bit of Grunt just clear. 3/4 of a lead starts to edge away from My Mishka, and then came Scottville Scooter and Raquetto, but Bit of Grunt's going to be a bit too strong in the run to the line, and Bit of Grunt wins at a length and a half and beat My Mishka, then Scottville Scooter, next Raquetto. Tell No Gossip finished second last, and Twilight Steps whipped the field in.
Yeah,
All right,
that,
1 beats 10, 12 and 6. That's a bit of run for Jack Duncan. 3.80 and $1.90. So firmed up a whole point. My Michigan.
but you still got a place. You had EW.
Third dividend there for your third horse, and Raquetto was was doing its best work. Like Tono Gossip in the
No,
original
one
round, massive drifter, though, really disappointing. Didn't have a lot to offer when asked the question. So 1, 10, 12, and 6. Bit of
6 came in fourth. Man,
off the back of a good return run there on the poly. Box seated.
1, 10, 12, and 6.
And there was no run that presented. And now, knowingly, in hindsight, there was plenty there to offer. He'll get over a little bit further to this horse, Joycey, by Grunt out of a Dream Ahead mare. So it's only onwards and upwards.
Came fourth, yeah.
All right, thank you, Kian. I'll grab local trainer Jack Duncan for a quick chat. Jack, we'll grab you really quickly if you don't mind, because those horses are really interesting. Gallagher, it took him sort of 10 starts before he put it together. Last start he was unlucky, probably should have won, and today on the bottomless wet track he's come out and got the job done. Well done.
Yeah, I think he's improved this week. He's a bit better horse than what he used to be. He's never been, a very good horse, I don't think. But he's improved. His last run was a good run. And that sort of showed that he was on track for, he's improved a bit. So, yeah, hopefully he can win a couple more.
Well, he's a nice horse to look at. Kian just made the point today was only 1,200 metres. Last preparation he was getting it over a trip, and even the way he got through the line today, I think you've got scope there as far as distance goes.
Yeah, I think so. He's definitely 1,400 anyway, but he's got 14. So, yeah, hopefully.
Stick the wet track box as well. I mean, you've got options with him now. Yeah.
A couple of runs last prep on the wet, but he went through it all right, but he wasn't going as good as he is there. He didn't look like he's going to be much good, but he's improved a bit.
Horses can surprise us, Jack, can't they? Well done, congratulations.
Yeah, can't wait.
Yeah, there you go, Kian. Just when you think horses are no good, they come out and they win their maiden, and there's probably more to come.
And Jack makes a really good point. You know, when you see the stats on heavy tracks and different ground surfaces, you can't mark them down too much because perhaps the horses weren't going well at the time when they hit that particular surface.
That's a very good point to make, Kian. I think all punters at home would be jotting down notes.
Put in the toolbox.
Remember your words of wisdom there. We might start a regular segment, Kian's words of wisdom, and punters can drop that down because...
It'll have to be on after 10 o'clock at night.
they get better as we go. I'll grab Cody quickly. Cody, really quick, mate. Grab you an interview. Take us through the run. Obviously, a horse that taken a while to put it all together, but today was the day.
Yeah, he wasn't disappointing last run. It was just a bit lucky getting runs, and he was still hitting the line strong, but he jumped really well today, and there wasn't much speed inside me, so I was able to land the 1-1 and get into a nice rhythm. And he handled that track really well. Even that horse laying on him on the straight, he could hit the line strong.
You're riding really well, mate. Birthday during the week. You celebrate?
Absolutely. Went and watched the Origin. Had a good night, so back to the job now for the weekend.
You're working hard, mate. You're getting results. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Cody Collins there, Kian, the birthday boy during the week.
He's
And
the king of the mountain.
king of the mountain.
Don't forget that.
18 Bendigo.
On Ladies Oaks Day here at the Sunshine Coast. As you nearly take out my eye with the umbrella, we'll take a break. That's 3 races down here at the sunny coast. We are on a heavy 10. It is still raining, so we'll have a chat with the stewards, make sure things are going ahead. But so far, 3 races down, and we're ploughing on.
Number 7 coming up here is the Hibernian Hotel Benchmark 58 over 1,600 metres. Here's the top one here. Shabichi's racing form. It has won its last 2 from Matt Kelly and Cry Penny full rise.
Yeah, isn't she? I think she's got a fair bit of upside here. She got to the mile for the first time last start. They rode her a touch quieter than she broke the maiden, and she showed a nice 10 speed to win quite comfortably. She goes up 2.5 kilos is my only concern here.
The 3 is One Ballistic. When I was doing my tips, I thought, oh, this horse can win this, and you put it on top as well, Kayla. And it comes off the back of a very good pip that going there last start. And behind Warrior for Peace, it looks hard enough to beat. I know you've got it in your numbers. It looks hard to beat you, One Ballistic.
Yeah, he does racing really well without winning this preparation. He's only 1 win from 8 starts, but he just keeps looking like he's going to win his next race, doesn't he? He was excellent over the Scone Carnival in the mile class 1. My only concern was that he may have to go right back from the straw, but he'll get his opportunity to get down to the outside, which is where he really wants to be.
Exactly where you want to be, just like that last winner. Devils and Daughter is trained by the Caves, and Tilly McCarroll will claim through.
Yeah, good chance. She's been back and letting down well, but last start they sent her out to 2,000 at Hawkesbury, and she just didn't seem to run it out as well, being 8 lengths to Shangri-La Impact. Coming back to the mile on the visors for the first time can sharpen her right up, and I think she's well placed.
The 7 is Grey Secret, real contender for mine. Louise Day will ride for Mitch Beer. Now, this horse's form's okay.
What is that colour?
The second in 2.
It's not a...
Today could be the day second up.
Yeah, in an open race, I've got her on top. She's just quite lightly raced, and I think got a little bit of upside. Put her first up run, she was good through the line at Kembla in a benchmark 64, beaten 4 lengths to Flying Embers, who's come out and won midway since. She'll obviously have shipped fitter from that. And the
It's a grey, but it's a cheap
The
grey.
midnight appearance on the 4th line of betting at around the $6 mark for Nick Olive and Alicia Collin.
Yeah, she tied off a tough run last start at Parks in class 2. She was up on the speeding, what was a very fast run race. And obviously entitled to tie off that. At 2 months prior, she's beaten only a couple of lengths in highway, so if she can bounce back to those sorts of efforts, she's got to be a hope.
There has been support for the last start winner here of votes, coming off that maiden victory. 13's in the 750. Glen Carl will ride for Aaron Clark.
He's always a little bit highly strung in the yard, and that's the case here. But I tell you what, this is the best I've seen him look this preparation. He's really clean right up in the coat and he's flowing. I love the way he let down to break through at Sapphire Coast. I just think he is on the up, but he finds a tricky race with a tricky draw.
Yeah, that was only his 6th run. The 10 here is far too hot. That's one of the soft and the heavy, and it wasn't too far away last time out. It's Natalie Dale's galloping.
He's also one we've usually seen him at his best. He's been able to control the speed in front and they can't catch him. But last start, they had a slightly quieter ride, and I thought found the line well, which I didn't think he'd be able to do. He just needs the right run here.
The 11 is Grace across from Wagga for Daryl Burnett. It is a $21 chance, and it's had 3 unplaced runs on soft track so far.
Yeah, look, she's racing quite well. She looks excellent. She's been doing a fair bit of work from wide draws in the last couple, and it's just telling late, but she's not getting beaten far. I really don't want to be on the inside, but she does get barrier 1, which will ensure her a softer run. If she can get to the right part of the track down the straight, I don't think she's out of this.
We'll draw directly outside this the 12 Riley Cat. This is Linda's first time for Pat Murphy and Mitch Beard. Not out of it. That's a $15.
They're talking good about both the horses. 11 and 9.
She didn't have a lot of room straight lengths. Thought she was still playing, beaten 8 lengths. Her start prior to that, she ran third behind Jada and Bob Ballistic. So if she's anywhere near that run, she's got to be competitive here.
14 is the favourite son, Jim Scobie's galloping with Jeff Petzer to ride the $61 home.
13 show
Needs to be our outsider.
at Bendigo.
Was his first run with Jim. And it was really good. That was in the Midnight Lunar race as well at Queanbeyan. Look, he got a check mid-race, and then he went out of route down straight. Had everything against him. It's been only 4 lengths. So, yeah, I don't think he's on this.
And the 15 is Tillman. It's a roughie at $34 for Greg Stevens.
Yeah, beaten 20 lengths off a wide run last night at Canberra. He's been out of form for a while, so it's hard to have.
And My Blue Jeans, the veteran. Geez, I think it's his 49 start at Goulburn alone.
The 10-year-old gelding. That 16 is.
Oh, sorry, he comes back to the bed track 58 now to the mile, which suits him. The Equicast for the first time, just worries me a little bit on the strike.
I like Bomb Ballistic. It's trained by the Joseph Jones operation. Really good last start. That also won that race. Highly talented Brett Kavanagh. It'll be hard to beat in Sydney tomorrow. If he puts a run together like that again, he could be the one.
Yeah, exactly right. It's actually put 2 or 3 good runs in a row. The Bogger run was excellent. Comes from way off in Bogger on probably a track where we had to be on speed and Stone probably drew the worst part of the track and hit the lead early, and Leash come back and said, oh, you know, probably I didn't want to hit that early. He started waiting for his mates, and then when they all joined him again, he went again. So I think mile was probably short as he wants it, but the way they're running, the way the track's playing, you know, probably need to be a strong mile on the track.
The way the track is playing, how the track is playing, there's no pressure on any of the horses. What are we going to do? There's no pressure on the jockey as well.
Run of the Scone Carnival. He's in at 360 from 650. And the top one in Tribucci, who's racing so well, pretty happy to own it. 3 starts this campaign for 2 wins in the second. You can't ask for much more. It's out to 750 from 480. We've got Grace Secret. The 7 is 460, 650, 550. And Midnight Affair, the 8 is $6 to $7. Now, Votes has trimmed up the last start winner into $8 from 13 to 9.
1600
so they like a few
BBN.
decent odds. And I thought Riley Cap was a little bit of a chance.
11. Coffee.
12 out to 16. This is our second last race. Our previous was taken out.
I still haven't pressed the button. We'll check the gates.
Fair head won it at $10. So
Dows, welcome back. 2 place Bendigo. Bendy.
Our favourite the Jockey Challenge today. I'll tell you up that score shortly. Just brings it around to the barrier. 3 minutes off the start. Any late thoughts here, Carla?
A tricky race, isn't it? And the market, I think, reflects that. As I said, I'd even make a case of the outside here. The favourite son, he was good behind Midnight Lunar, beaten 4 lengths last start, and that forms.
Tricky because you've not put pressure on any of the horses. It's a 1600 meter. Why there's no pressure?
I just think she would have stripped a bit from a good first start run, which was in a tougher race at Canberra Benchmark 64, where the winners come out on a midway 6. I think she's got a bit of upside, but she does need to improve again. In the second, I put the 3 Bomb Ballistic. As I said, I see the barrier was the only negative here, just because he'll have to go right back. I know they're getting to the outside fence, but I would have liked to see him be able to posse up a little bit closer, but I suppose he's fit at this stage of his prep, and he could probably afford to do a little bit tough in transit. In for that, I put the 4 Devil's Daughter. Has a good turn of foot, this horse, and right back to a mile again with rides, I think can sharpen her up and see her produce it. In for 4, I took the 2 Chibichi, as you mentioned, the horse that's in low form in his preparation, but I don't think the chances are to there.
So this is our second last race. One to go after this. Then we've got 2 trials as well. A lot of horses.
God knows this is.
The public after these races today. Our second last race on the program, Kayla 7th Street 4 and 2. And I like the 3 Bomb Ballistic.
The 3 is good, but it doesn't have the pressure to come from gate number 13. You needed a little pressure on that horse.
Team over the last couple of days.
Plus, it is carrying the worst weight from that gate.
Officially winter, Kayla, and you start to feel it because the other day at Aubrey, it's the coldest day I've had for a fair while.
59.5.
The same thing, so it's going to start getting quite cold, especially over this way.
Yeah, definitely. This morning was the thickest the ice has been on my window for a little while. But
did you ride track work this morning?
No, I didn't.
This is tricky. This is actually tricky. This might end up in a disaster. I am out. No, it's okay. Let's play 11.
110, 12, and 6.
EW.
Those numbers
I'm
are
on
the
coffee.
sunshine
Let's
and
play
coast
11.
bit of
Let's
getting
do
in. But
this.
here, Bomballistic is our favourite.
I would have stayed out, but let's play 11. EW.
I thought Riley Cat could run a decent race. Favourite son just going up. It's been racing okay, as Kayla mentioned. So we'll head up to Anthony for the call of the second last. Gibble's daughter in the next one. Gibble's daughter moves in.
What is the worst that'll happen
Here's your
is
favourite Bomballistic into 320 now. So good support for this runner. 320 Bomballistic. And Midnight of
what is the worst that'll happen?
He walked in. Bomballistic goes forward. 3 to load, Goulburn, 3 to load. Grey Secret of Oaks and Tillman. Revoke's about to take up its spot. Grey Secret, she's about to walk up. Tillman, it's the last one for the Hibernian Hotel.
8, 7, 4, 11,
Number
8,
3, Bomballistic favourite.
7,
The
4,
yellow and red,
11.
Brody Lloyd. For Barb Joseph, Paul and Matt Jones. They're set to go. Ready at the mile. They're off. Bomballistic came away well. The
4 is back there.
showing speed this afternoon. She'll lead
7
in
is
front.
okay, running.
Second, Midnight Affairs in third. Bomballistic being restrained to find a back. Riley Cat and Grace just in front of it. Then came My Blue Jeans, who's way off the track. Far too hot. Chabichi and Devil's Daughter down near the inside. The favourite son is second last. And the last one is a Vokes. 1,100 metres left to go. Grey Secret's in front.
Lewis on 4.
Third, Graced fourth. Bomballistic fifth. Then Chabichi in sixth position from Devil's Daughter and Old Blue Jeans off the track as they hit that first turn.
Man,
They're followed then by Riley Cat from Far Too Hot.
that 15. Where did that 15 get there?
The last one. 800 metres left to go. Grey Secret's in front from Tillman. And My Blue Jeans made his way to third. 3 wide. Bomballistic improving to fourth in the right spot.
See that 10-year-old gilding is there.
Devil's Daughter, Riley Cat evokes the favourite son, and Chabichi got shuffled back last. They're on the turn.
Man, that thing is a 10-year-old, that's 16.
Blue Jeans. They've found the fast lane and they've hit the front again around the point of the home turn. Bomballistic went for home from
Okay, run.
Tillman and Graced. Bomballistic, 300 to go. My Blue Jeans. Then came Grey Secret. Devil's Daughter, Bomballistic in front, 150 to go, going strongly. It's Bomballistic in front from My Blue Jeans, Midnight Affair. Bomballistic in front.
3.
Bomballistic, My Blue Jeans.
Boom.
Devil's Daughter, Midnight Affair.
3.
Secret of Oaks. Then the favourite son.
Got through.
Followed then by Chabichi, Tillman, Riley Cat, Graced, Far Too Hot.
3.
The favourite son, if I haven't caught in the lead. Number 3, Bomballistic. Put the riding on the wall there last start. That's his second win from 9 starts.
That is a 10-year-old gilding. Can you believe that?
Race of this campaign. He ran second behind the talented Jado there at Aubrey. He did
Three.
nearly win at Corolla on Monday.
3, 16, 4, and 8. 3, 16, 4, and 8.
Who can win in Sydney tomorrow and then come out and did that.
But this is bad. 3 delivered. 3 had the rails and the physics. 3 did the job. Beautiful job. 3. That 16 was with management here. And this jock is good. This jock is the reverse one, which is a good. 3 and 16, 10. This is 2, 27 by 2. Okay, 4 and then 2. And then what happened? 4 and 8. 4 definitely this guy. 4 and 8 EW. -6. That 11 did not get there. The 11 was like, nah, I'm not racing today. Nobody liked the 16. Nobody. Jerry, there's not a single person under the sun who has liked that 16. What is there to like that 16? It's a 10-year-old grandpa. It's a 10-year-old grandpa, but this one was a BB. Two of the BBs will get in. It's a 1400 or a 1600. Two of the BBs will get in. I thought this one will get in. It's a 4-year-old mare from gate number 1 with that. There was a 11-year-old at Randwick one day. 11-year-old. It toppled the entire race. Anyway, that happened. We'll go to the next and the last one here today at Goulburn. But Goulburn has played very logically today. There's a lot of scratching. 4, 5, 8. 10, 11, 16. 17, 18. 3, 1, 7, 9.
She'll get through the going today.
Not solid before, and he ran into a good one in Badger Stumps the other day, so it's a good form. 5, 1, 3, 4.
Yeah, I'm 3, 1, 4 and 5. I'm with Sky Forge. I think the conditions suit him today. Now it's gotten heavier. He's winner Doomben last preparation in the country championships up there with outstanding. he's the horse that's going to be finishing off very, very strong in this race. So Sky Fortune for me. The top weight Secret Plan will probably be the natural leader in this race. Was a very good winner at Rosehill last preparation. Probably got a little bit tired last start over the 1400 third up. So expect good improvement from him. The 4 in Collier Spirit, he's a tough country horse. He always puts himself into the right part of the race. Luke Rolls right him, he'll give him a very good steer, and he could run very well. And the 5 in Ocean Alps, like you said, Gary, in that, about the stocking race there, that was a really tough race. We'll find this much easier. Another one that will race forward and run very well. 3, 1, 4, and 5.
I know, favourite Secret Plan, favourite on tap, 310 into $3, 320 now, 350 on the drift. On the drift, you got 380 into 350 now, it's 360 Ocean Elf Sky Forger. Safe right across the board at that 440 mark. And all spares, 11's no money there. Change today, it's 950 out to it. Yeah, Secret Plan favourite, 340 on tab over Ocean Elves.
Yeah, that's it from Maddie Sears. She trains Secret Plan.
Righto, Matty. 3 runs back. He looks beautifully placed.
Yeah, looking forward to racing today. It's been a bit of a horse we've had to race to get fit. He's got a few issues. We were quite confident in the King of the Mountain until the rain rolled in, and
we're going to win track here.
Yeah, but that was horrendous. Yeah, it was so bottomless, and it was leader biased. And he had a bit of an ordinary gate, so we had to go right back. But he's just kept improving and improving. The horses, he is very talented, and he's, as his form shows, he's well and truly Saturday grade.
The beauty about him, he put himself in the race, and he got that lovely 3 kilos off the jet here.
Yeah, exactly, and she's on fire today. She's going great. So yeah, I think the 3 kilos. Obviously, the horse has got a lot of weight, but that's deserving. There's a reason why he's carrying that weight. But, I expect him to, he'll probably be sitting about 2nd or 3rd, just behind it, behind whatever takes up the lead. But, yeah, we've put him here for a reason.
Look at speed. Ostar's got enough speed. I've seen him get up and get going sometime the lead, so he might just give you that nice tag into the race.
Yeah, that'd be ideal if he's got something to cart him into the race. He's super fit, and he has got the form on a wet track. So, yeah, I think he'll be very hard to beat.
Rightio, Secret Plan, just heard from Matty there, 350 tag, was 310, it's just out the 350. Ocean Elks, safe right across the board, a little firm just now, $3.60, 350 tag. Forger, he's a good and support coming for him now, John. $4.60, 440, 420. He's a beauty from the Pat Webster yard.
Yeah, he's a strong finisher in this race.
I know, let's find out a little bit more about our well-back runner in the Street Fortune with Les Tilley, his jockey.
Les, you got a good ride in the Beef Week Cup today in Sky Forge. Last preparation in the country championships at Doomben. What do you think of his chances today?
Look, I really think he's got a real good chance here today with his track being as wet as it is. Doomben that day, the more it rained, the better he was. He won by 7.5 lengths that day. Carried no weight, but just the further I went, that wet condition, the better he was. His first up run this prep was in Thoroughbred on the King of the Mountain day, and it was bottomless. Like, we probably should, if it wasn't the King of the Mountain, it wouldn't have went around. And he run enormous there, and his second up run at Eagle Farm, he was trapped wide. Then he went all up the Rocky the other day, he was a bit down, but he's come home, he's a bit freshened right up, and hopefully she keeps raining and we can keep going.
I suppose that 4-week freshen up from that Rocky run, coming back to 1400 is probably ideal for him.
Yeah, definitely. We thought he was going to get a lot more weight than he's got, but he's got less weight than we thought. And look, he's a big, grouse, strong horse, and he's a front runner, so I'm looking forward to it.
Race going quickly, Showman. One thing that was like Showman today is these conditions.
Yeah, he can love these conditions. I won on him one day this morning when it was bottomless, and cut from near last, and he absolutely ate it up that day. So he's rock fit. He's had one run back, and he's going into it pretty happy with his horse, and only picked up this morning. So yeah, hopefully we can get a nice quick double A.
You got a new favourite now, Ocean Elks is in the favourite, $3.80. He did 350 now. Secret Plan, like I said, he was on the drip, but he's on the drip right now. 310, 350, 360, 370. Still money Sky Forge. We just heard from Les Tilley there. It's an absolute cracker. He's into $4. So they're two runners, Ocean Elks and Sky Forge are the best back runners, John.
Well, they've got the form there. They've got the wet track form in their last previous starts. They've all been running very, very well. So you could easily see why punters are kind of warming to those two wet track form and their horses that are in good race form at this stage. I'm just not sure where the Ocean Elks will go, Gary, here. Dylan Turner rides for barrier 7. Went up at Eagle Farm and pulled up lane that day when it went up the Gold Coast back over the 1300, was back off the speed, but maybe 1400 a day from that mid draw. They might just try and push forward on her and just keep her up out of trouble.
You can see the plan, landing at Lady Town Saturday, can't they?
Change that date goes forward.
Change the date. Now, he's had support. Talk about change the date, Johnny. Yeah. He's got a little bit of money red on. He won the spread. $12 into $10. That's wicked. He's got no way. They leave him alone and dictate. He might take a bit of running down.
Yeah, he could do very much. He's another horse that'll sit up outside the leader.
Right up, favourite Ocean Elf, Sweet 60 tag, 5, 1, 3 and 4.
Yeah, 3, 1, 4 and 5. Let's hear Terry for race 8, the Beef Week Cup.
It's still out. The outside gate. They're just about ready for the feature. Casino RSM Club Beef Week Cup. Red lights are on. Holds them as the line settles. There is some movement. Still he waits to let them go. The shoot, the top of the track. That red light's been blinking for quite some time. Obviously, something not quite right. There's some movement. There may be an attendant in the gate. But up in that chute, it's difficult to see exactly what is occurring. A star drawn on the inside. Still, it's obviously a problem. Now they're set. Gates fly. Racing in the Beef Week Cup, and Unique L was slow to move, missed it by 4 lengths. Changed the date. Ocean Elves came out quickly. Secret Plan, College Spirit fast away. Oz Star is midfield from All Spare Cenotes. Then Kazarina, Imperial Hilton. Sky Forger in second last. Unique L after the slow beginning, 3/4 of a length away as they leave the 1,000 metres mark behind. James the Date left College Spirit by a long neck. Oz Star is third. Ocean Elves fourth. When they reach the back bend, Secret Plans travelling out 3 deck, 2 lengths away. The Greys, Casuarina and Imperial Hilton. Unique L trying to sneak up along the fence, and Oaktays is a long way back with All's Fair. And Sky Forger with them in. Through the gloom they come in the Beef Week Cup of 2025. Col A Spirit close to the fence. Secret Plan out deeper is Imperial Hilton, followed by Ocean Elves coming to the outside, looking for clear running as they're deep in the straight. Secret Plan 250 metres out, taken on by Ocean Elves. Ocean Elves moved up, hit the lead from Secret Plan. Sky Forger right down the outside rail, but Ocean Elves and Secret Plan will battle it out. They'll split the line. Secret Plan came again. Secret Plan, I think, in a photo from Ocean Elf, Sky Forger out wide. Kazarina not far away. All's Fair over on the fence. College Spirit changed the date. Imperial Hilton, followed by Unique L, Odd Star, Cenotes.
All right, this is the last one here at Goulburn. We look at the odds, it's 3179. That 3 is the favorite. That's how it is. If we look through the rails, then 3 comes here. And we get 913. 7 is here, which is the largest outer drift. So that's rightly placed. That is rightly placed. It should get a place, but what will happen? So this is the only handicapped horse. It's the only linear and that's the only drift on the linear side. The jockey is not, I mean, there's no, I don't know what to talk about this jockey, because that's that. This jockey is an apprentice jockey. There's a lot of pressure on this jock, but it looks like it's one of the best here. One of the best jocks here. That's that. We had this jock taking out. Here it is, this one. It's at 1200 meter. So we need a jockey pressure. I just hope that this thing works. The 9, the 3 is the favorite. All 3 of them are within the box. 913. The other one which is hitting the roof is 6, which is a check. What it will do, I don't know, but it is very much there. That's that. This one is set as a neutral, but this is the best hand. This is the best hand. So either this pressure will work, or it's a 1200 meter. I mean, that's the only linear, that's the only inner drift that we have. But that's exposed like nobody's business. It's a 4-figure. Anybody, even a donkey from anywhere can chase this. So that is not a great idea. 3 is the favorite. 3 is the favorite, which is one of the drifts, which is the lower drift. This is the larger drift, which is from gate number 16. This is gate number 5. 21 by 6. This is 21 by 19. So definitely this one gets the preference. But we also have this 24 by 4, which is also there within the box. We'll listen to this, what they have to say about the 9. I like the 9. The 3 is good. I don't have anything against the 3, but it is just that we have some horses here. That is 24 by 4, 25 by 5 from gate number 13. This is 8, this is 16. This is extremely bad. These two, definitely this is better. These two, definitely this is better. But whether they can do a queen is questionable, because we have the EWs also. 22 by, that is also there. This is an 8-year-old. This is a 4-year-old. He's got 71 races. He's got 12 races, which is better. Definitely this is better. So 14, 10, 8. 14 is a check. Five, 1. We'll see what they have to speak about 6 and 14.
I still can't believe he was beaten at Parks last start. He looked like he got the bob in.
Boom!
He showed a big turn of foot. Nevertheless,
One.
He goes up 6.5 kilos, but the weight the chances are very good.
The one below it, Hurricane Thunder today, Mitsubishi Jet Fender. It's 1 second up, it's one in the soft. And I'm just going back to a run, it was a while ago. It's Spit Burrandana and Tickle Belly, and they both went around the country championships going. So I think second up, good, wet track, no problem. Big weight, yes, but I don't mind him at the odds.
He's a very capable horse on his day. I remember Mitch B gave him a good push on the radio prior to his first up run there over the Wagga Carnival. It wasn't a bad run, but it certainly wasn't eye-catching, beating 6.5 lengths to Sparkle and Glitter. Without the 1200 speed on, he's got a good time.
The 3 is Northeast Boy, it is our favourite at $2.50 in from 4.20. Richard Collett, also Dylan Gibbons combined here with this Galloper, who will carry the 61. That's one on the soft before.
He's been strutting around the yard too. He looks ready to go. He's had a 6-week pressure up and comes back to the 1200 after doing a bit of work to get outside the leader over 1400. He just didn't quite see the trip out there. That was the benchmark 64, and he still was beaten in 6.5 lengths. So tongue tie back to 1200 and an easier race. He looks well placed.
He is strutting about our favourite. 6 is Killer Kerr. There's also some hope today. That's 2 minutes of been on the soft. It's only been only 3 lengths away to pass 2 starts. Does have a wide alley, but that's not a bad thing either.
No, yeah, I think she's won over the odds here. She'll get back from a wide draw and I'll be looking to get out wide anyway. Look, this is the first time she's contested benchmark 58 since her last win, actually. And she's just not up to grade, but not getting beaten fast, so I would not rule her out.
The 7 is Love and Light, trained by Dale Wagstaff there at Wyong. Oh, sorry, and down from Newcastle, I should say. One is maiden on a heavy track, so likes the conditions and has a wide draw.
Yeah, this horse actually beat Steffi. I went right back to it. Beat Steffi Magnetic home one day early on in its career. So obviously a horse that's got a little bit of ability. He showed speed to lead but couldn't quite cross from a wide draw at Sloane last start and then just tied off that run. This soft 7 will fall right to her favourite, as you mentioned.
Yeah, the 9 I'll give a good chance to today. Capicella, Holly Dern and also Laurie Parker. A second run in, and its first up run was quite good, and it's a $9.50 chance, and I like it today. I'll put it in for second.
Yeah, that's right. And she's a horse that typically doesn't fire fresh, and the fact that she ran so well to run second in a harder race, which was a benchmark 66, suggests she's returned really well. Her form suggests she can only improve second up.
The 12 is back in a tick for Kerry Parker and Alicia Collett.
She runs back a bit, a little bit uninspiring in easier races. She's capable of better, but I'm happy to wait and see if she can show it.
The 13 gains a starting supporter for Pat Murphy, Mitch Bell. It's one on the soft before. It was on the synthetic last time, but there's another chance.
Exactly right. Her form was very consistent prior to a tour active run, but she just may need the right one here.
And the 14 is Crusader Razor, trained by Nicky Hodgson. Did win a maintenance 12 start. That was on a soft track, and it's down from that half wide.
Yeah, it's her first run. His first run, sorry, with Nicky. I think it was for Nick Swallow horse. And I like the way he let down to win there at Goulburn. It was over 1,000 metres. And his previous form, his best runs were out over 1,500. So 1,200 looks suited.
And the 15 at $151 is Sapphire's Son.
Yeah, he's been out of form for a fair while, and he's getting harder and harder to make a case for him.
My numbers here, I like the 2. I think the 2 Hurricane Thunder's a really good price here to send us home a winner. 2 on top from the 9 Capicella. I like the price of that in the 12. The 1 Cougars, probably a deserving favourite. Big, strong gallop with 62 kilos. Didn't worry him too much. and the 13, which is Isadora, I'm going to give it another chance. I've made it 2, 9, 1 and 13.
Well, I thought this was the most open race of the day, but I said it on the 1 Cougars. I like the turn of foot that he's been showing. Like I said, it does go up a lot in weight here off that good run at Park's last start, but the weights are very compressed amongst the chances, so I'm not too concerned. I think Brody's got his eye in. From the 3 Orthies boys, certainly well placed, coming back in rate and back in distance. Here in for third, I put the 9 Capicella, as you mentioned. I think can only improve second up based off her form. And in for fourth, I throw the 6 Killer Kerr. I really think is over the odds, coming right back in rate for the first time in a long time.
If you're liking the quaddie, the favourite weight home here is Cougars, $770, or just slightly short of Orthies boy, 500.
9 looks good. The jockey is an apprentice jockey, but 9 looks good. What is the trick that will... What is the trick?
Tomorrow, paid and follow. So Ortiz Boy is our favourite and well supported in 2.15 from $4.20. Killer Kerr, I think we can do worse and have something on it each way. It's 19s out to 26. Capricella is 7s out to 11s. Hurricane Thunder, the horse I like, it's got right out in the market here. $9 out to 18s. Cougars, 240 to 280 is the other one here. So it's our second favourite. Ortiz Boy our favourite, 420 to 215. Cougars there at $2.40, and the 7, which is Love and Light, coming down from the Newcastle area, 13 to 11. And Keegan Lamb, Bacon, is our third favourite. And Capricella there as well. It is 7 out to 11. They're the top 4 in the market. Anthony Mantle with Capricella, and I'll put it in for second behind Hurricane Thunder, who his patriot bloodstock actually have a share in, so good luck to them. So I've made it 2 to win the last year, Hurricane Thunder. It's been a good day's racing, beautiful weather conditions over here. We've got through no problems to go, and there's still 2 trials as well, so plenty more still to come here at Goulburn.
Exactly right. We're usually getting into freezing conditions by this stage of the day, so as we've seen a few times, quite well. So these jockeys won't be completely devastated about having to hang around for the trials here.
No, they won't be. So the next meeting here is in a couple of weeks. I've mentioned that. There were a couple of impressive winners today. I thought the debutant in the first was really good. Blake Bryan's horse, and I think the net. But certainly the win of the day, I thought was Celebrant Fox has been able to win 3 in a row. And Bob Ballistic, good to see him bounce back to his best after a very good performance last start. And that augurs well from the horse that we hope their last start goes around in Sydney tomorrow. So 2 minutes off a start. Ortiz Boy, very, very hard to beat. I've left it out of my numbers. I just thought it was worth taking on. Dylan Gibbons coming down. Just took a couple of rides today on this Colin Gallagher. It's at $2 in from $4.20. Plenty of support from it. For the 1, in strong Gallagher, he won't mind the 62 kilos. One a little bit. That's the horse you can see on screen. He's got a bit of headgear on there, hasn't he? Looking for a double the Jason Jones combination with Lloyd. It is a $3 chance. Ahead of the 7 then. Love and Light, not good Killer Kerr.
Lewis, I like the 9 too.
The statistics.
I'm just thinking what might go wrong. What might go wrong? What am I missing?
Jockeys usually try and get to the middle from race 1, and as we said in the last couple of races, we did have a winner earlier, not the inside, but it was an inside sort of run out the last couple of winners, obviously trying to get right out wide there, and that will certainly be the case for our last
Right,
race.
9. Let's go 9. One is getting tailed. 3 is the favorite, which is a lower spell with a higher weight, higher pressure.
Sure what take up the speed is.
So 9's got physics. 9's got advantage. 9's okay. The only thing that might just go wrong is any of those EWs getting in and spoiling it.
top one here, Cougars, at the 7 as well. So we'll head up to Anthony for the lucky last.
Invited very quickly here. Campbell Petroleum Distributors 58. Orpheus Boy and Cougars. Very well supported. Orpheus Boy favourite. The grey with the black sleeves. Right. Set for the last.
Right, run, baby.
Off now. Orpheus Boy came away about midfield. In fact, he was the first one to begin, I beg your pardon. But
12 is running. See that 12 is running.
Inside Hurricane Thunder, Orpheus Boy, all fast.
Come on. Where are you? Mr. 9 is here. He's not doing anything. And that 13 is now running.
Beginning fast up near the lead.
He's not doing anything.
Turn is Isagura. So Isagura is in front, Love and Light Red.
This is bad.
Thunder got the third. And all these boys in fourth position wide. Then came back in a tick from the...
What were you thinking? You're going to get stuck in traffic, man. This is why apprentice jockeys are apprentice jockeys. Now run, 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 run. You got to clear go. Run. Man, run. Yes, yes, yes. Good. Run. Dude, run. Dude, run. No, you are out.
Cougars, Killer Kerr. There's 3 of them coming to the line.
6 got through, man. 6 was
Killer Kerr second. Cougars has run third. Sapphire's Sun. Crusader raids up. Then came Papa Killer from Hurricane Thunder. Then followed them by Isagura. Along like that was Love and Light and Duck in a Tick.
So it looks like the 3 is held on. 3 looks like it's held on Orpheus Boy, but we will get it.
3, 6, 1.
We thought it would be the horse that hold out decent odds.
3, 6, 1.
One Cougars. He went wide, then he went back to the inside and tried to go to run there on a boy on the top one and favourite. So it will be 3, 6 and 1, we believe, but we'll just hang on and wait for it. If Orpheus Boy has...
That was an apprentice jockey. He made a mistake terribly, man.
Second and something start here. The 3 Orpheus Boy, our favourite in the last time to win it.
15.
Killer Kerr there, a much improved effort. $4.50, just missed. And the 1 Cougars will wait.
That 8-year-old. I knew one of those EWs going to get in, man. This is what happened. So the 9 was with an apprentice jockey. So no matter what pressure you put, he made a mistake. He should have acted. He had the advantage, but he just messed it up. The 3 went through. Then the 6, which was hitting the roof, that actually got through. 3, 6. Then the 1, which also had the physics. So only one within the box actually was with that moron, which was not delivered. 3, 6, 1. He had the opportunity today to beat this, couldn't do it. And then 15, that EW, 22 by 6. 71 races, 8-year-old gilding. Anyway, that is it. Brilliant, 361. If you've got that, that's brilliant. 361. Brilliant, Jericho. All right, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Goulburn. And that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing tomorrow again. We have some very good races coming up tomorrow at Eagle Farm. And if we have the feed, we are going to race Eagle Farm tomorrow. There are going to be some really nice races. And I'm very happy to see that Goulburn played pressure today, which is nice. You know, otherwise Goulburn generally do not have the stock to play these kind of races. Today it was an exceptional day here at Goulburn. They played fantastic today. Very nice racing happened. Anyway, that is it. I sincerely thank all of you for being here, especially Jericho. Thank you so much for being here and for the donations. Stay blessed, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dow's, thank you so much for tuning in.